2023. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to elders past and present. On behalf of the committee, I want to welcome everybody here today, both in person and online. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. The hearing is also being broadcast via the Australian Parliament House website. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I'll remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate resolutions, witnesses do have the right to request to be heard in a private session. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the grounds on which the objection are being made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground on which it's claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, be made at any other time. I would ask that witnesses stay behind for a few minutes at the conclusion of their evidence if they are in person, in case the Secretariat needs to clarify any terms or references. I remind people in the hearing room to ensure that their mobile phones are switched to silent. With me in the room is Senator Dorinda Cox, and online we have Senators Lydia Thorpe and Lisa Darman and Senator Ross Cadell. Welcome to Mr Tony Cudmore, Ms Sharon Reynolds from Woodside Energy. We also have Santos here.
Correct, Senator. It's Michael Abbott representing Santos. Thank
you, Mr Abbott. Would you just state the capacity in which you're appearing here today?
Yes, Senator. I'm the General Counsel and EVP for Environment and Governance at Santos.
Thank you. And Mr Violante, could I ask you to do the same?
Yes, Senator. Victor Violante, General Manager of Policy and Advocacy at Australian Energy Producers.
Thank you. And Mr Cudmore?
Senator Tony Cudmore, I'm the Executive Vice President for External Affairs and Sustainability at Woodside.
Ms Reynolds?
Sharon Reynolds, I'm the Head of First Nations and Human Rights at Woodside.
Lovely. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses and evidence is provided to each of you. And I would now ask if you would like to make a short opening statement, and we will start in the room.
Thanks, Senator. I appreciate that, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on Whadjuk land within the Noongar Nation, and to pay my respects to Whadjuk elders past and present. At Woodside, we do believe that Aboriginal cultural heritage and industry can successfully coexist. As Woodside has shared publicly before, we are on a journey, and we know we have not always got this right. But we are working to get it right by listening to and learning from First Nations peoples. For us, a big part of this means dedicating significant time and effort to engaging with and consulting relevant persons, including First Nations people, for example, on our environment plans. As just one example, one of our Scarborough environment plans involved consultation with 19 First Nations groups, approximately 26 meetings, and more than 500 emails, letters and other communications. I'd also like to highlight our engagement with the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation and the Deep History of Sea Country project on the discovery of Australia's first subtidal Indigenous archaeological finds in the waters around Murujuga in the Dampier Archipelago. The discoveries made through this project, including ancient stone tools and artefacts preserved underwater for thousands of years, provided invaluable insights into Indigenous history and the effects of sea level rise on ancient coastal communities. As indicated in our submission to this inquiry made earlier this year, we do agree that clearer consultation requirements are needed for offshore projects. We note there are 2 regulatory review processes that include this issue already underway by the Department of Industry, Science and Resources and the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. In regard to the bill, I'd like to raise a number of observations which we hope are of assistance to the committee's deliberations. Guided by the principles in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or UNDRIP, and First Nations groups, it's important, in our view, to ensure consultation respects and centres on collective cultural authority of recognised institutions representing traditional owners. The Bill's proposal to include a broader reference to traditional owners and knowledge holders as relevant persons appears inconsistent with the principles of UNDRIP. Likewise, the Bill's references to identification of underwater cultural heritage largely duplicates references to cultural features already covered by the 2023 Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Environment Regulations. And we would note that the Bill would prevent the acceptance of an offshore project proposal or an environment plan where an activity or part of an activity is undertaken in an area in proximity of underwater cultural heritage, regardless of whether the activity has any potential to impact this heritage. We do appreciate the opportunity to speak with the committee today on the very important issue of protecting cultural heritage. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Mr Abbott, do you have an opening statement?
Senator, no, we don't wish to make an opening statement. I just would like to acknowledge that where I am sitting is on the land of the Kaurna people, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging.
Thank you. Mr Violante, do you have an opening statement?
Thanks, Senator. Yes, I've got a short statement. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a short statement on behalf of Australia's offshore oil and gas producers and explorers. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which I'm joining you from in Canberra, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. The Australian oil and gas industry is committed to meaningful engagement and consultation with traditional owners and communities that may be impacted by operations. In doing so, our industry also seeks to create socio-economic opportunities for traditional owners, their communities, and to work together on new ways for partnership and benefit sharing. While Australian energy producers did not make a submission to this inquiry, we provided a submission to the Senate Standing Committee on Economics earlier this year in relation to the government's bill to amend the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Storage Act. And that was a bill that sought to clarify consultation requirements in the offshore environment regulations. As we highlighted in our submission and evidence to that inquiry, the lack of clarity in the offshore environment regulations continue to pose a significant regulatory burden for industry, the independent regulator NOPSEMA and other stakeholders, which is resulting in significantly longer assessment periods for critical new gas supply projects. In addition to the reform to consultation requirements in those regulations, which we understand are still under consideration, this bill goes to matters that are also the subject to other Commonwealth reform processes that our industry is engaged in. These include proposed reforms to First Nations cultural heritage protections, the development of guidelines on underwater cultural heritage, and the development of a national standard on First Nations engagement and participation in decision-making as part of the nature positive reforms. Australian energy producers believe these are the appropriate mechanisms for consideration of these matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Violante, can we ask you to provide the submission you provided to the Economics Committee to us, just for our reference?
I will do.
Thank you. We'll now go to questions, and we'll start with Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Can both Woodside and Santos please outline to the committee the process in which you undertake consultation with relevant people in relation to offshore gas projects in sea country?
Thank you, Senator. If I might ask Sharon Reynolds, who leads our consultation processes, to make some comments.
Thank you. Sure. So from a Woodside perspective, when preparing any activities, preparing to undertake any activities, we will first of all do analysis about who may be impacted or affected by the activities to identify those stakeholders that we need to engage with. We will make initial contact with traditional owner groups and seek to understand how it is that they would like to receive information from Woodside. The consultation process that we follow is multi-pronged, so it involves written advice, face-to-face meetings, follow-up engagements, and closing out of issues.
Ms Reynolds, is any of that information in language, and do you involve interpreters and translators in relation to any of your information, or the information I've seen online from Woodside isn't in language? So are you engaging with interpreters and translators on the ground?
Yes, so for the groups where Woodside has historically been engaging, English is the first written language, but we do engage traditional owners.
In relation to which areas? Because Naluma Yinjabandi, English is not their first language. So just to clarify for the record that you're stating English is the first language for some of those traditional owner groups.
Sorry, I meant written language. But when it comes to the engagement, we work with traditional owners around putting information into plain English. And we also have traditional owners that we work with to help facilitate the meetings that we have.
So are these traditional owners from the said traditional owner contacts, so the land councils in those areas, is that who you're referring to, that you make contact with to make all the arrangements to bring people together? Is it only the land council, or are there other contacts and stakeholders that you engage with?
There are other contacts. So we have a First Nations ambassador role within our office, and
people that are industry aligned, is that right? That are aligned with Woodside only? Are there people with dissenting voices that are capable of coming to Woodside and telling them that they don't agree with your projects, or is it only the people that agree that are invited to the table?
No, I think it's most important actually that we do find people who have different opinions to ourselves, because otherwise that renders the consultation.
Ms Reynolds, have you been to the Yule River meeting on country in Gariara country? Because in the last 2 years that I've been there, I haven't seen a Woodside tent or a Woodside delegation or even a Woodside workshop that engages people in environment plans, but I've seen them at Gama. So in the country where you work and some of your people live, you don't engage with the local community, and yet in 2 years people have talked very specifically about their dissent to what Woodside are doing on their country. Why don't you turn up to Yule River?
We do send a delegation to Yule River. In fact, we had 5 of our team members who attended this year, and although we don't set up stalls there, we're very much actively involved and have been attending that forum for a number of years.
Because you like to brand everything else. Can you tell me more about your collective, I think Mr Cudmore was very clear about collective decision making and authority. What does that mean to Woodside?
Senator, we are very much guided by by UNDRIP.
Which again, this government never accepted, and I think Senator Thorpe, who's on the line, will agree that the whole process in which that bill was conducted was not in good faith of the principles of UNDRIP. So just for the record, that I'm referring to that is now the government haven't even accepted those recommendations. So I think if we put that to one side, I'm interested to hear about what Woodside think the collective decision making looks like.
So Article 32 of UNDRIP, Senator, as you know, refers to particularly with respect to resource development, the role of representative institutions, and we think as a company that is that has an interest in ensuring that we are clear in the scope of our approach to consultation and engagement, that aligning the way we undertake those activities with the global international instrument that frames, I think, expectations of governments, ultimately developed and delivered through the United Nations initially, is a reasonable basis for us to approach consultation and engagement. And so that really is the form in which we think about that. And in terms of the work that we do in the areas in which we engage, those representative institutions do provide that frame. I don't know, Sharon, whether you wanted to add anything to that.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to note that where the representative organisation directs Woodside to speak to either family groups or individuals, we will absolutely follow that up. So our consultation doesn't just stop at the representative organisation. If we're guided to speak to people within the community, then we follow those leads.
The BIMIA agreement is the agreement from 2006 that Woodside, alongside the state, had an agreement. And in February this year, I note that we've now moved away from the BIMIA agreement and its gag clauses now into a statement of intent to create a heads of agreement alongside the state and federal governments. What's Woodside's role been in that?
I think it's just worth clarifying that the BIMIA agreement is an agreement between the state and what was the native title claimants at the time. Woodside has simply, signed on to undertakings to fulfil commitments, certain beneficial commitments under the BIMIA.
So, to clarify, Ms Reynolds, that Woodside is a beneficiary of the BIMIA agreement, is that correct? You reap the resources that you get for free of First Nations land that now you're selling offshore for a marginal profit. So, you are the beneficiary of an agreement between the state and the traditional owners, which the traditional owners don't get very much from. Is that correct?
We have commitments under the BIMIA that we're obliged to fulfil. And Woodside's understanding is that the BIMIA commitments continue, and we still have to fulfil delivery. But in relation to the strategic agreement-making project that's being driven by the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, that was an initiative that arose out of the World Heritage listing. And it provides a framework for further or additional agreement making. So it doesn't replace the BIMIA, it provides the opportunity for further agreement making over that area.
But also says that there will be no new development of industry in this area to protect the World Heritage listing, is that correct?
That's what we understand that Mac's position is on that, yeah.
So I just want to give Santos the opportunity, thank you for answering in relation to their consultation processes, which I think everyone's well aware of in the Barossa case. That's well documented, but just wondering if Mr Abbott wanted to provide any further context in relation to the way they consult with relevant people in relation to a consultation that involves environment and cultural heritage.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we do follow a process in developing environmental plans. We commencing with the definition and understanding what the environment is, working out what the risks are. From that, we determine who may well have functions, interests, or activities that will be impacted by our activities. And we do that through a process of an internal relevant persons workshop. From that, we then go out to representative bodies to help us identify what groups we may need to talk to. We conduct extensive advertising to get people to self-identify. We have, obviously, in the case of Barossa, it has been an iterative process with multiple environmental plans. So as we go, we get we've now got a much clearer picture of who may have functions, interests, or activities. We've worked out means that enable us to communicate with people on the Tiwi Islands particularly, but also on the Croker Islands where we've got communities formed the way they would like to be consulted, and we honour that, and we've used that format along the coastline with consulting communities.
Mr Abbott, can I just draw your attention to the recent EP that you have, an environmental plan that you have on your website from Santos, 525 pages long and is not even badged as Santos, it's still badged as ConocoPhillips. So if I was a traditional owner and I was wanting to navigate my way through the impacts of what Barossa might cause to the environment or my cultural heritage in Sea Country, one, I would be completely confused about who's running this process because it's still badged as ConocoPhillips, who's the US proponent. And number two, if Santos came out to the islands and started talking to me about these are the things that need to happen, if there's some very, very scientific language that I suppose traditional owners, and the same question I asked of Woodside, you know, the engagement of interpreters that are independent and translators in relation to the work that proponents do. You know, Santos, apart from offering a $20 gift card and free shopping trips to Darwin, what else did they do to encourage traditional owners to understand what the impact is of their cultural heritage and their environment in relation to your offshore projects?
Senator, we've got people on the islands and Tiwi Islands particularly on a regular basis. We did provide simplified messaging and videos to explain the overarching project. It is a project that was commenced with ConocoPhillips as the operator, and we took over. And so the original offshore project proposal was actually put forward by ConocoPhillips, but the subsequent environmental plans have been put forward by Santos. And, you know, that is explained to people when we are in the consultation phase, and certainly all of the environment plans we're consulting on at the moment are very clearly Santos that is the proponent.
So if I wasn't aligned with the Tiwi Land Council or, you know, a collective decision-making body, as Mr Cudmore puts it, under UNDRIP, and I wanted to go onto your website and find out this information because I'm an educated blackfella and I can read, I would still be completely confused because I wouldn't have that backstory, and it's incumbent on the proponents who present this information under their environment plans to actually have the right information up there to tell the right story to traditional owners. It's like the best kept secret in our communities about the impacts of what these projects are doing and what the impact will be from people, let alone talking about the reparation or understanding what the decision making is, because there's no sketch, there's no timeline, there's nothing that tells traditional owners or anybody that is a knowledge holder, because there are people, funnily enough, living off country as part of the stolen generation that are still linked to some of these communities, to tell them exactly what this process looks like and how they can input into it. Do you agree?
But I think I wouldn't agree with that. I think if you look, you know, our website has a Barossa page that gives a very clear explanation of what the project involves, all the different aspects to it, and what the timeline we're working to is. We certainly talk to that when we are consulting, and as far as being clear with people, you know, we do provide it in English, but if there is a need for things to be translated or translators, we provide that to help people through that process. And the feedback we did receive was that people want to be engaged directly, and we are consulting extensively in all the areas where that it's adjacent to or might be impacted by activities. For example,
I think we'll disagree on that one, Mr Abbott, but thank you. I think the Chair needs to share the call. Thank you.
We'll go to Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for appearing today. Woodside, to Ms Reynolds and Mr Cudmore, Woodside's submission to the bill states that your consultation process with First Nations Group is consistent with UNDRIP. You're obviously well versed on UNDRIP, so good to see that you're across our rights in this country. But can you tell us exactly when Woodside particularly started applying this principle in its consultations? When did you start using UNDRIP?
It's Sharon here. So Woodside, when we first started considering our growth plans within Murujuga, it was in probably late 2018 that we first engaged the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation to discuss the opportunities that the company had, and to then talk about what the consultation processes need to be, and also whether the agreements and the arrangements that we had in place were fit for purpose or needed to be contemporised as well. So,
when did you start using FPIC as a corporation? When?
We formally embedded reference to both UNDRIP and FPIC into our First Nations Communities policy in 2020 when we updated those plans.
Okay, so 2020, you had those yarns with community in 2018, and it took you 2 years to put it into practice. My next question is, what was the extent of your consultation with Murujuga custodians in relation to the environment plan for seismic blasting for the Scarborough project, and how did this align with the principles of FPIC, given you're across that?
So for Woodside's consultations, let me see, do we have for seismic, do we have info on our seismic?
So I'm asking, where's the FPIC in the seismic blasting for the Scarborough project in the environment plan? Like, where did you use FPIC?
Well, we started.
Prior and informed consent.
Yeah. So in terms of both the free and prior, Woodside began engaging with Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation through the representative entity, so Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, from 2020. We engaged in about 2 years worth of consultation. We worked with the communities to hold several meetings, many meetings in fact, and there were exchanges of many pieces of information. Woodside also provided resourcing so that MAC could engage their own consultant to assess the information, provide their advice back to the group, to then feed into Woodside's environmental plans.
So this decision was overturned by the federal court, who agreed with NOPSEMA that you had not adequately consulted with traditional owners and considered all environmental, social and cultural impacts of the project, and the approval was overturned. NOPSEMA's consultation requirements set a very low bar, much lower than the principles of FPIC, yet you did not meet these standards. So how do you claim that your processes are consistent with UNDRIP when you can't even meet the existing requirements, which are a long way from adhering to FPIC?
Because we would contend that a lot of that was more administrative rather than through practice, where we then actually went back and put in far more detailed information than we would usually put to those regulatory application forms. Certainly we did need to go back and conduct some more closeout meetings with some stakeholders, but in terms of the actual process that we followed, we would contend that we were compliant and actually were fulfilling the commitments or the spirit of both UNDRIP and FPIC.
Has Woodside ever paid any traditional owners for consent, like offering them a car or
No.
Bit of money?
Absolutely
Jobs?
not. No.
Okay, so getting to Murrujuga now. According to the National Pollutant Inventory, Woodside's LNG facilities are releasing around 25 tonnes per day of acid gas emissions, so a semi-trailer load, over Murrujuga. The WA government's own Murrujuga Rock Art Monitoring Program annual report from last year states that there are no sites on Murrujuga where pollution is entirely absent. Even these remote sites experience high concentrations of pollution. These reports show that the rock surface is 100 to 1,000 times more acidic than background levels, and that Woodside's LNG facilities are responsible for nearly 90% of the total acid pollution on Murrujuga. Now, I've provided the relevant report to the committee, which I'm sure you're aware of, and you are claiming you have obtained the free, prior and informed consent from traditional owners. The informed component of FPIC means providing all relevant information in culturally appropriate and accessible ways. Can you confirm you have provided traditional owners with all of this information regarding the pollution from your LNG facilities and the damage they are causing?
Well, Senator, it's Tony Cudmore here. I would just note that we are supporting the Murrujuga Rock Art Monitoring Program, as you indicated, which is being undertaken between the Murrujuga Aboriginal Corporation and the state government. There is no conclusive scientific evidence yet as to impact. So there is extensive information available in terms of reports from those monitoring programs, and we believe it's appropriate that scientific monitoring and analysis does continue.
Murrujuga Aboriginal Corporation and the state government.
Okay, so my question was, have you provided the information that I just outlined to the Murrujuga custodians or not? This is from the WA government's own report. So have you, as part of free, prior, informed consent, provided that information to the Murrujuga people?
Woodside has made our research, both projects and findings, available to the Murrujuga Rock Art Monitoring Program, which is administered or run through the WA government and the Murrujuga Aboriginal Corporation. So, yes.
So does that mean that you only provide what you want to provide to the Murrujuga people? When this report is on, as I said, the WA government's own report, and you have not provided this to the people. So how do you decide what you provide to the people and what you don't provide in terms of FPIC?
Well, Senator, the reporting is through the Rock Art Monitoring Program, which is a state government and Murrujuga Aboriginal Corporation program. So that the information that's disclosed is pursuant to that program.
Well, can you please provide the relevant documents you have provided to traditional owners in relation to this on notice, and provide any minutes from meetings with them where this information was provided, please?
Senator, we'll certainly be happy to provide on notice what we're able to provide. I'd have to go back and look at what that would constitute, but we'll certainly revert back to the committee with that.
Last
Yeah,
question,
anything
Senator
to back
Thorpe.
up what you've put forward. Thank you.
Do you have one more question, Senator Thorpe?
I do, yes. Just over to AEP and Santos. Mr. Valenti and Ms. Winters. The Northern Land Council recently confirmed that it was aware of a number of its members being paid by AEP and Santos to travel to Tiwi Islands to promote Santos's Barossa gas project. Can you tell me how many individuals did AEP or Santos fund to travel to Tiwi Islands to promote the Barossa gas project, and how much they were paid to do this?
I'll jump in first, Senator. Victor Violante from Australian Energy Producers. We did not pay anyone at any time for anything. That was incorrect. I noted that was evidence or a question put to the Northern Land Council at Senate estimates, and upon hearing that allegation, we wrote to the Northern Land Council to state categorically that no one was paid by us. No Northern Land Council members were paid by Australian Energy Producers at any point for anything.
Santos?
Senator, from Santos' perspective, we do pay appearance money for people to attend the consultation. That's to compensate them for the time. That's wherever we do the consultation on the Tiwis or elsewhere. I'm not aware of us actually having paid people to travel to Tiwis other than consultants and advisors engaged in a professional capacity, in which case they are paid for their actual services, but not for their consent or engagement other than the standard fees that we pay for people who attend consultation sessions.
Okay, so you say you're not aware, so could I ask that you take that on notice? If any individuals were paid by Santos to attend the Tiwi Islands in relation to Barossa gas project. I still have
just to clarify, sorry, if I can clarify, I do put on the record we do pay attendance fees in consultation sessions. What additional information are you actually requesting?
Travel to Tiwi Island to promote the Barossa gas project, and wanting to know how much they were paid to do this.
Well, Senator, again, I have said we do engage people professionally to actually do that in their professional capacity, and that's differentiated from people who have been paid attendance fees to attend and be consulted. So we do actually pay external advisors, consultants, some of whom are Indigenous, to actually do work for us, but that's just a standard professional engagement.
So this is NLC members who... So just to clarify, you're saying that, are you agreeing that you pay NLC members to go to another community to promote your gas project?
What I will take on notice, Senator, is determine if any of the professionals that we've engaged also happen to be NLC members. So I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Chair, I have a number of other questions, but happy to share.
Are you happy to put any of them on notice? I'll give you a bit of notice on that. I'm just going to give Senator Cox a follow-up question. I'm aware of the time frame and the number of people that we have coming along today to talk to us. So maybe have a little think if there's anything on there that you could place on notice, and I'll come back to you for an answer after Senator Cox has had her follow-up question.
Thank you, Chair.
I just have one more question.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Please go.
Right. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. In 2022, Ms Reynolds, we had a meeting with Woodside, so I thank Woodside for indulging me in having a conversation about some of the issues that are being raised by traditional owners, particularly in relation to Senator Thorpe's question around the information that goes out into the community to custodians. And one of those was in relation to the Red Kangaroo songline that I believe Woodside had commissioned some work in relation to finding the on the seabed floor the Red Kangaroo songline that exists in the Burrup Peninsula, and its intrinsic link from the pre-sea levels that existed, the importance of recognising this. Were there any conversations with those in the community, such as Tim Douglas and other people in the community, about how Woodside, within its corporate responsibility and FPIC, could protect and preserve this songline, particularly for the people of the Murray-Darling area.
Yep. Yes. So.
And also, Ms Reynolds, where is it documented? Because on all of your documents, I can't see Woodside recognising any of the Red Kangaroo songline in relation to your work of FPIC and its preservation, making sure that people know that it's there and that Woodside are taking responsibility for preserving that.
Yeah. So one of the initiatives that Woodside is undertaken quite regularly is cultural heritage related projects, and so there is a project that Woodside has given funding for called the Desert to Sea project, and critically, that information is held by traditional owners. It's their information that they disclose and manage, and so it's not really Woodside's role to be giving information around sort of locations and heritage values. We would direct that very much back to the traditional owners who own that. The project.
Ms Reynolds, would you not, in the development of an environment plan and recognising cultural heritage, subterranean areas that may have cultural significance, isn't it the obligation of the proponent to place that information in the environment plan? Because the environment plan goes to the Environment Minister, who's responsible for Aboriginal cultural heritage in this country, and to actually make that clear that they know that this exists before they start any exploration, before they start any drilling, before they even go to NOPSEMA and NOPTA and say, we'd like this patch to go and explore. We know that there's a pre-existing connection for cultural heritage because we've done our homework. Isn't that the responsibility of the proponent as per the regulations, that you would put that in your environment plan rather than waiting, sitting idle, and as Senator Thorpe's already suggested, not releasing that to everybody so that everyone's clear that you've done your work as the proponent, but also that you hold a very significant corporate responsibility, and we can't just wave reconciliation action plans around anymore, that we actually have to do the work that's required to make sure everyone's under the same understanding.
Yes, and my apologies from a regulatory perspective and when we're seeking approvals, absolutely we are obliged and have to take responsibility for identifying the cultural heritage values and that we know, or at least to point the regulator to the traditional owners who hold that knowledge.
Did you do that in relation to Scarborough, any of them, 1, 2, 3 or 4 for Pluto? Have you provided the Red Kangaroo songline in any of those environment plans? And if you have, can you please provide them to the committee?
We'll take that as non-notice.
We'll take that on notice.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to Senator Thorpe. I will note that we are over time and I will place most of my questions on notice, but I would like to ask one or two. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. And this is to advertising and public relations. How much have each of you, Woodside, Santos and AEP, spent on marketing and advertising in the last 2 financial years, including corporate sponsorships? And happy for that to go on notice, but basically how much funding has AEP and its members provided to the, sorry, this is a side one, and its members providing to the top-end Aboriginal Coastal Alliance in the past 2 years, and what was the funding or payment for? And that one was for Mr. Valenti.
Thanks, Senator Victor Violante here. We have not paid any money or provided any financial support to that organisation. In relation to the broader question around how much we've spent on advertising and fine, I'd have to take that on notice, but it's not something we would ordinarily make public.
Thank you. Santos, was that, did you provide any money to Top End Aboriginal Coastal Alliance in the past 2 years? Hello, Santos?
Mr. Abbott, are you there?
Senator, I've just received a text message from someone at Santos to advise that they've lost audio, so I'm not sure where the problem is.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Sorry,
You're not coming through very clearly.
Sorry, Victor Villanter here. I've just been advised by someone at Santos by text that they've lost audio, so I'm not sure what the issue is.
Lost audio.
Santos has lost audio.
Maybe they could dial back
Put
in.
on notice, Chair.
She's putting it on notice, is she?
Yeah. Okay. Are you done, Senator Thorpe? Do you have what you need?
Well, if Santos aren't there to answer, then I'll just have to put on notice. But thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Cudmore, in your opening, you referenced that you haven't always got it right and that the consultation processes could be clearer. I think the rules that we currently have around consultation and such like, I think it wouldn't be too outlandish to say that it's clear that they haven't actually achieved what is required. In your engagement with the various processes that are underway from the government in terms of looking at appropriate consultation and how we actually move to a place where that is appropriately laid out, what do you see as the challenges in terms of how we fix the situation we have at the moment?
Well, thanks, Senator. Look, we certainly, I'll go back to my statement, we certainly do believe in the fundamental importance of consultation. We talk about the approach we have with respect to the principles of FPIC. There are a number of aspects to the consultation regime that we do believe could benefit from further clarification and definition. So, if we look, after the Tipper-Kalippa decision, which essentially substantially increased the geographic scope of consultation, and that has resulted in very, very, very significant additional square kilometres of relevant area for consultation purposes, including with groups that sometimes may query why they're being consulted. Nonetheless, we obviously adhere to the necessary requirements. There's also questions around the time frame and the clarity that is associated with those consultation requirements, and so we're certainly conscious that the government has a number of processes underway around providing an opportunity for all stakeholders to have a view on how those consultation requirements could let's say be further clarified, perhaps time bound in some areas. We are conscious too that the government did contemplate some changes to the relevant legislation between the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act and the Offshore Petroleum Greenhouse Gas Storage Act, and the regulations that sit effectively that more or less sit under the OPBGS Act, but which have that connection into the broader legislative framework. Those amendments could have given effect to some of the changes under the regulations. Those amendments didn't proceed in the Parliament, haven't proceeded in the Parliament to date. We just assume they may come back or they may not, so we'll continue to work under the current regime, of course. But we have put a submission into the DISA process as well. We're happy to provide that to the committee if that would be helpful, with a series of principles that are attached to what we think potentially could change.
Yes, please. That would be very helpful. Obviously,
I apologise. Sorry, I've just dialed back in. We lost audio and I've dialed back in. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rather than, because we are running short on time, rather than going back, I'll put that question on notice to Santos. But Mr. Violante, did you have a response to my same question?
Yes, Senator. As I said in my opening statement, the complexity and ambiguity in the consultation requirements continues to be a significant issue for both industry and the regulator and the stakeholders who are being consulted, and that remains an issue that we continue to work with the government on to seek the regulatory changes that were being progressed and we hope will continue to be progressed. And that's one of the core aspects of those reforms or proposed reforms was around clarifying who needs to be consulted under the relevant persons clause, and a number of those issues I think have already been discussed today.
Okay.
But happy to provide on notice the submission that we provided to the Department of Industry, Science and Resources consultation process, which identified a number of those challenges and areas for potential reforms that we'd like to see.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. Final question. Obviously, this issue of consultation has been really tense for some time, and we need to get it right. We need to actually recognise how to do this appropriately. What is the impact on your business when these things go wrong, and what is the impact on the social licence and the impact on your business when these processes do not net the kind of consultation and respect that's required?
Senator, I would say we are acutely conscious as a company that's operating on traditional lands. We've been on Murujuga for 40 years as one example, that ensuring that we are not just, I would say, complying with the regulatory requirements, but doing that in the right spirit. As Senator Cox mentioned, it's not enough just to have a reconciliation action plan and wave that around. We 100% agree. So, I think for us, ensuring that we are meeting the regulatory obligations, but also giving effect, I'd say, to the values of the company when it comes to the level of engagement and understanding and listening to those First Nations voices that can ensure that we're giving effect to the values that we hold. So I think getting it right is very important. It's something that, as we noted in our opening statement, that we continue to work on. I think we're an example of what the nation as a whole needs to do, which is to continue to improve, and that's our commitment.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott, do you have a comment on that?
Yes, Senator. Look, from a Santos perspective, engagement with local communities where we operate is critical. The Barossa process has been on ongoing iterations. We've done various environment plans. I think we're in a much better place than we were 5 years ago. And I think we're also in a better place because we're actually consulting in a way that the communities have actually fed back to us that they wanted us to consult on. And I think reforms to the consultation process do need to recognise a means of actually developing consultation frameworks that actually work, that both industry and the communities themselves can then rely on and be clear about. So that's where we'd like to see it go. But from a point of view of ongoing engagement with communities, I think it's the Barossa project is an example where we are working to bear benefits from that project. We've announced the Barossa Aboriginal Future Fund, which is a $10 million investment in the construction phase of the project. The government's arrangements of that have been finalised so that we can actually start making investments in the community. We've got a partnership with CAPA where we train 10 young people to become scaffolders. Another 10 just recently commenced on that. And we currently employ 37 Indigenous people across the Barossa project in the Northern Territory. And so all of those means of us getting close to the community, I think, assist ultimately with us understanding what their needs are and how we can actually go forward cooperatively together.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, for your time today. If you have undertaken to provide any questions, any responses to questions on notice or any additional material, as you each have, if you could please provide that to the Secretariat by close of business on Monday, the 23rd of September. If you're on the teleconference, you're free to go. You can hang up now. And if you're in the room, thank you so much for being here. We will now move on to our next group of witnesses, and if you are in the room, please make your way to the table, and we'll do a little roll call online. We are looking for witnesses from the National Offshore Petroleum Safety and Environmental Management Authority, the National Offshore Petroleum Titles Administrator, the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, and the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. I'll go through my standard spiel while you all make your way to the table. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officers to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers of the department are also reminded that any claim that would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. For the Hansard record, we will go through the process of stating your name and the capacity in which you appear. We start in the room with Mr. Graham. Mr. Blair.
Mr. Graham Blair, Deputy CEO at NOPSEMA.
Cameron Grebe, Deputy CEO at NOPSEMA.
Sue McCarry, CEO of NOPSEMA.
Graham Waters, National Offshore Petroleum Titles Administrator.
Lovely. And online.
Jane Urquhart speaking. Jane Urquhart speaking. I'm Deputy Secretary of Resources and Strategy in the Department of Industry, Science and Resources. And I have my colleague Narelle Lawshay with me, General Manager of Offshore Strategy Branch.
Thank you. And do we have DQ online?
Yes, it's Wayne Beswick here from the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, Acting Division Head for Heritage Division. Thank you.
Excellent. Do you have an opening statement? I'll start with the question to NOPSEMA.
No, Chair, we actually made a submission, so we're happy for the submission to be our opening statement.
Thank you kindly. Titles Administrator?
No.
No. Department of Industry, Science and Resources, do you have an opening statement?
Jane Urquhart, no, we do not.
Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, do you have a statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, we will launch directly into questions. We will start with Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Can I first start with NOPTA, just noting that that we didn't get a submission from you, but I'm keen to understand the recent cases, all of the recent cases that have happened in relation to full federal court challenges around cultural heritage in particular and free, prior and informed consent. The relationship between the offshore acreage and the access to that, and I think you would have heard my previous questioning of Woodside, the understanding of what is offshore and exists in Commonwealth waters, which does have linkages and significant linkages to Aboriginal cultural heritage in relation to underwater cultural heritage that is both intangible and tangible. What is the work that NOPTA is doing to provide information when the offshore acreage bids go out as such? What work, is there any pre-work that's done to, I suppose, provide information around some of those areas that would require consultation or work that you may do alongside NOPSEMA in relation to that?
Thank you, Senator. I think the best way to characterise the response is that NOPTA sits in between two parts of consultation. The pre-competitive part of acreage release, that is prior to that, that is a matter that is handled by the department and is best addressed by them.
Sorry, which department? Sorry,
Department of Industry, Science and Resources.
We've got two departments
Offshore
online. I
Strategy
just
Branch.
wanted to make sure
Sure,
we've got the right
sorry,
department.
I should clarify. So that is done before NOPTA's involvement. We become engaged in the acreage release process. We receive the bids from applicants and we assess those and advise the joint authority accordingly.
So essentially that question would be to DISA,
Yes.
saying what is the work that you do to map that and to provide information that would satisfy, I suppose, proponents' understanding of placing a bid to NOPTA. Would that be correct?
That consultation you're talking about is done prior to the acreage being released, the pre-competitive work. You use the term mapping. Did you actually mean literally making maps? In which case that would be a matter that is largely handled by Geoscience Australia.
And we're under DISA as well, same ministry. Yes.
Separate.
Yes.
Yeah.
So essentially, like, it's not consultation, it would be more of a mapping exercise that possibly Geoscience Australia could undertake, should it be funded to not just look for gas, as it does under the Future Gas Strategy, which we've established at Senate estimates under the Future Made in Australia push that this government are now taking. We actually have to provide maps that show these are high value areas in subterranean waters and in Commonwealth waters, that before the two ice ages that we survived, there was cultural heritage that exists there. Because what we've heard in some of the information that two industry proponents have provided, they're doing some of that mapping. They're aware of these things, but no one's talking about them. There are no publicly available maps to show that proponents have a responsibility to make sure this is in their environment plans. They should also make sure that they're acutely aware before they go into a process of bidding. It's like walking into a house. I wouldn't go and look at a house if I didn't think it had all the rooms to facilitate for my kids to sleep in, would I? And if I knew that there was someone's dog buried in the backyard, I might think twice about what that might look like if I'm going to dig it up and put a swimming pool there. Am I correct?
Largely what you're speaking about there is beyond NOPTA's remit. It's probably something that...
I'm just trying to map it out, Mr Waters, just so that people get a bit of a clear picture around that.
As I said in the earlier part of my answer, NOPTA is in between two functions here of consultation. The first part is handled pre-competitive and is not within NOPTA's remit.
But just to clarify, Mr Waters, it's not done. Are we correct? That there's no information that's provided to proponents currently under under DISA, under Geoscience, that provides any of that information to proponents who want to go into the offshore acreage bidding process. There is no information provided to them in relation.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
It is before NOPTA's.
But NOPTA doesn't have any of that.
No.
You don't have any line of sight of that. Okay, just thank you. So DISA, maybe they could answer that question, possible?
Yes, it's Jane Urquhart, Deputy Secretary, Resources and Strategy speaking. So no, I don't believe that there is mapping work of the type that you described, Senator, that is provided to proponents, but there is obviously engagement, and there is another part of our department under my group, and I'm afraid I'm not across the details, that does do some interaction. So certainly be happy to bring you back more information on notice, but insofar as Geoscience Australia being charged with mapping cultural heritage, no, that's not the case currently. Department of Climate Change colleagues might have information on sort of the status of mapping of cultural heritage in the way that you describe. And then, we might be able to bring back on notice, what if any of that is provided to proponents.
That's great. Thank you, Ms Urquhart. DQ?
Wayne Beswick, Heritage Division, DQ. Look, in relation to mapping, there is clear boundaries in place for world and national heritage listed places. That's a requirement of the listing process. Some of those places are listed for their First Nations heritage values. In relation to the question of mapping more broadly, that is something that we are actively looking at in the context of developing the First Nations standard on engagement under the nature positive reforms, but also in relation to the cultural heritage reforms work that we're undertaking with the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance. It's clear that there's lots of issues involved in mapping, because ultimately it's a call for traditional owners themselves to decide whether or not they wish to put on a public-facing database information about their cultural heritage.
Okay, so Mr. Beswick, just in relation to that, you've sort of gone to two parts of it. One is the World Heritage Listing, which obviously has, and National Heritage Listing, which has great relevance, particularly to places like Murrujuga. So what we've got coming out in the front is proponents and governments, federal and state levels, saying this is all great, we're all backing in the bid, all the while not actually understanding, putting out the importance of protecting Aboriginal cultural heritage, whether on country, on land, or in the waters in which they're going to explore, drill and extract gas from. They're not concerned that this is not, it's become a bit of a PR spin, I think, that maybe Senator Thorpe referred to before, that there's not a clear conscious way of actually saying, we want to mark this as a space because there are relevant people, First Nations people, the oldest continuing culture in the world, who may have an attachment to this land. We don't mark it anywhere on a map to say that they need to consult because they are relevant people. And number two, we don't think that we should, because, you know, we've already got these bids happening and people have marked out where they're going to make the most profit from, and they're going to continue through a tick box exercise that isn't going to achieve the absolute adherence to a proper, fulsome consultative process, and then they all end up sitting in the federal court for weeks on end because nobody's done their job to protect the Aboriginal cultural heritage. And under the Underwater Cultural Heritage convention, which in fact Josh Wilson talked a lot about during the ratification of that treaty, and I happen to sit on the J. Scott committee, that the protection of Aboriginal cultural heritage, particularly maritime, is so important. It should be something that essentially we are doing. My question is, why are we not doing that?
Senator, I can't speak specifically to the processes involved with the Underwater Cultural Heritage Act. I am aware of the work that's been done in that space to ensure alignment with the ratification of the Convention on Underwater Cultural Heritage. But the point you make is a good one in relation to early engagement with traditional owners and custodians at a point in the process where those potential impacts on First Nations cultural heritage, offshore or onshore, are understood by proponents and investors. And that's very much the rationale that's driving the work that we're undertaking in relation to the First Nations engagement standard under the nature positive reforms, but also it's the principle driving our work or underpinning our work on the First Nations cultural heritage reforms.
Because what we hear quite a lot, Mr. Beswick, is, you know, that this is creating a lot of sovereign risk for the nation. This is all about disrupting the program, when essentially First Nations people, in protecting and preserving their cultural heritage in this country, is our responsibility and our role. And it is not our wish to do that. It is our wish to correct Western law in relation to utilising the best process that is going to achieve an outcome. So it is about how do we actually work together, and I think that government departments who are responsible for these areas and those in the regulator space have a very important responsibility to do that. Can I quickly go to NOPSEMA? Mr. Grebe, you and I have spoken on many, many occasions, and I know you were involved in the Barossa case in particular. How is NOPSEMA now, from the learnings of the Tipperary case and others, now move that into the way that they regulate environmental plans?
Well, Senator, I think we have spoken a lot, and I thank you for the question. I'll try and give a brief summary. We were commenting that a lot of time has passed and a lot of actions have been implemented by NOPSEMA since that time. And in addition to the guidance we've issued, I think I've spoken at estimates to the additional resources and processes improvements we've made internally to have a greater focus on the degree of consultation that's being undertaken in accordance with the full court appeal decision on the Tipperary case. In particular, we've undertaken extensive engagement with stakeholders, both First Nations communities, but also industry, to improve their understanding of the broadening of the requirements. And
does that include some of the applicants from these cases? Like, are they included in this, or are we just going to any First Nations people in community and asking them to provide information on this? Like, I think the previous applicants of all of these cases, and the appeal cases in particular, have told me that they haven't heard from NOPSEMA. NOPSEMA haven't engaged them to have any learnings to inform your regulations and your improvement around consultation. Is that true?
No, Senator, as I think I also have spoken at estimates about, we've engaged extensively, for example, with Raylene Cooper and her colleagues at Save Our Songline, Josie Alec as well, on a number of occasions, including 5 NOPSEMA staff visiting the Pilbara and spending a full day. The women, I should clarify, spent a full day with Ms Cooper. So no, I'd characterise it as actually extensive engagement, and probably compared to the amount of access we have to other individuals in the community, much higher. Our approach is to respectfully engage initially via the representative bodies, and then we have engagements that go from there. And for example, getting away from Western Australia, but in Victoria, we have a regular engagement, actually that most recently involved the 3 of us with 3 of the representative bodies, Gurna-Kurnai Land and Water Aboriginal Corporation, Gunjit Meering Aboriginal Corporation, and also Eastern Ma. And there they are free, and we welcome any people they invite, including, actually in the last instance, their legal representatives and a member, I think, of their board. And for example, in the case of the Gunjit Meering...
Just to clarify, NOPSEMA have not spoken to the Manupi people in the Tiwi Islands about their case and how it might inform moving forward consultations, free, prior and informed consent, and underwater cultural heritage.
So, Senator, as you would appreciate, you've been to the Tiwi Islands as well. It's not a matter of just jumping on a plane and flying to meet with people. We've approached, following the Tipperary case, approached the Land Council and offered to visit. We didn't receive an invitation, and we respected that at that time. Since that time, I perhaps might pass to my CEOs, had more recent engagement.
Thanks for that, Senator. Look, we have had recent engagement with the Top End Aboriginal Coastal Alliance, and there were a number of representatives from the Tiwi Islands there at that particular meeting, and have actually invited us up there. So we're in the process of arranging a meeting.
But just to clarify, Ms McCarry, they are not the applicants of the cases that involved Dennis Tipperary and Simon Mankaro. Is that correct?
As Mr Grebe said, we actually contact the representative bodies in each of the areas that we actually wish to speak to. They are open to...
The question to Mr Grebe was, are you talking to the previous applicants? I can attest that I am not a native title member of any of my native title groups, all 4 of them, because that whole system is corrupted. So I'm talking about the people who have taken the time to take to the full federal court the applications of appeal against industry for the lack of consultation. If we continue to rely on only, this is why we've included knowledge holders, only be constructed, land councils and PBCs, we will continue to fall through the gaps. This process will continue to happen because we are not being inclusive. And I don't think, even in my position as a federal senator, that I should miss out about what's happening on the ground, but I can guarantee you I do. My land councils, my PBCs aren't even aware of their engagement with industry because someone above us is giving authority for that. That's the point that I'm trying to make. If we're not getting on the ground and we're not learning from these, and as a regulator, I would have expected you to go back and speak to the people. It's not like you don't know who they are. You sat in the same courtroom as them. These applicants are crying out to tell you what's wrong with this system, which is why we have this bill. They helped draft this bill because they know how important this is to get it right. And as I go back to my previous statement, no one wants to hold up any projects in this country, especially not First Nations people. But the respect and the lack of respect that we are getting from both government and industry and regulators in this country is just astounds me. It continues to astound me. But I want to quickly go. I know the chair's going to ask me to share the call.
She is.
I am a mind reader today. I just want to understand that has NOPSEMA ever knocked back? Have they ever rejected an environmental plan?
Yes, Senator, there have been a few environmental plans rejected. I'd need to come back to you with the exact number. We can take that on notice. What we do though is, as you'd be aware, we often go back to the company concerned where we are not satisfied that the criteria are met for an environment plan. And we can actually go back on a number of times to actually ask the company to do further work in regards to demonstrating that they have reduced risk to ALARP in their environment.
Ms McCarry, we give them plenty of opportunities. Like Santos submitted their environment plan 5 times in the Tiwi Islands, and they were all in the midst of the government's sea dumping CCS bill in June 2023 for Bayawundan. They were in the midst of the Tippa Kalippa case. So NOPSEMA were engaging with them during that process, and I think we had a meeting during that time to understand NOPSEMA's engagement with industry and with a proponent to get their EP right and continue so that they can absolutely punch forward with their projects regardless of the impact that was being talked about by the Manupi people in the Tiwi Islands, that NOPSEMA was still facilitating all of that. Is that correct?
Well, Senator, to go to part of your earlier question, I think it's important to clarify it's not NOPSEMA's discretion to just allow multiple opportunities. It's in fact in the regulations that we're required to. If a plan doesn't comply, we're required to provide the title holder the opportunity to modify and resubmit it. So I just wanted to clarify that first up. And I think that's important because the regulations themselves, as you've identified, contain some pretty prescriptive requirements around the consultation, particularly with relevant persons and post-Tippa Kalippa. Our experience is that that's a large broadening of the amount of consultation that needs to be undertaken, and that in a situation where there's uncertainty about whether the consultation has been complete to inform environmental impact management, the regulations embody that requirement to require the company to go and modify their submission.
So let me provide you with an example.
You're going to have to rotate the call.
Yeah.
You've had 20 minutes.
This is the last one. Yes, thank you. So I just want to clarify this. So if an industry or if a proponent comes to you and says, we want to build a pipeline, we've got the offshore acreage, we want to, here's our environment plan, and under the relevant people, we've gone out and we've created an agreement or an MOU with, say, here in Yamaji country, the people who are responsible for that area, the traditional owners for that area, but we've gone and we've spoken to the rock lobster crayfishing mob who then can hook up their pots to the pipeline, and we've got an MOU with them, but we've never spoken to the traditional owners. Would that be the expectation NOPSEMA would have under their new guidelines? Like, would you not send that back and say, where are the TOs in this?
They're different categories of relevant person, Senator. So no, you couldn't use consultation with a fishing industry to satisfy the requirement to consult with
So under NOPSEMA's rule, you would have an expectation that they would have spoken to the traditional owners?
Before we accept an environment plan, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I believe it was Mr. Beswick. You talked about your engagement with Eastern Maar, which comes Djapurrung. That's Djapurrung country. That's my country. You mentioned Gunai Kurnai. I'm a Gunai woman. That's my country. And you mentioned Gunditj Miring, which is also my country, which is great that you're engaging with these corporations. But as a Gunai, Gunditj Miring, Djapurrung woman, I've heard nothing about what's going on as a traditional owner, as a member of these organisations. So that's just one example of how we are treated as custodians of our own land. So can you tell me how you ensure you are working with all relevant family groups, including those who have not provided free, prior and informed consent?
Senator Wayne Beswick, Heritage Division. That was not me that referred to that, to Victoria, Senator.
My apologies. Can I ask who referred to Victoria, please? And if you don't mind answering that question.
Thank you, Senator. It's Cameron Grebe, Deputy CEO of NOPSEMA. I was referring to the Gunditj Miring as an example. Currently, NOPSEMA has a number of environment plans under assessment, and we're yet to be satisfied that they've met the criteria for acceptance. We have what I was talking to was a regular engagement that we have with the three Aboriginal corporations, the key ones that have offshore petroleum activities offshore in Victoria.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. So each of those environment plans are under assessment. So I guess Mr. Blair would probably be the one to talk to the processes, but I'd say that they're also not yet met the requirements under the environment regulations to be accepted, and that includes the consultation provisions. In terms of the way the consultation has to happen, because you mentioned family groups, our guidelines set out, including the case law, on how interests, when they relate to cultural connection, communally or individually held. And so there's some complexity there, and we often have a conversation with those groups.
Is.
Yep.
And so you didn't answer my question with all due respect. My question was, how do you, as NOPSEMA, ensure that you are working with the relevant family groups and upholding the principles of free, prior and informed consent? You work with those corporations, but those corporations have thousands and thousands and thousands of descendants and family clan groups represent those. How do you gain free, prior and informed consent if you only go to those corporations?
Senator, it's Sue McCarry, the CEO of NOPSEMA. I think, as you'd be aware, the system and the regulations that we work under at the moment do not require free and prior informed consent. But it does require the company, so the proponent, as I think was described earlier, it does require the proponent company title holder to consult with relevant persons. So that includes consulting First Nations groups that are actually impacted by their activity, particularly in sea country. So we do engage extensively with a whole range of First Nations groups around the country on a regular basis. Our job is to talk to them about what we do, what we as a regulator take into account. It is also for us to be out there explaining the system that we work within. But as you'd be aware, that we work within the legislation as provided to us by Parliament, which at the moment does not require free and prior informed consent.
Thank you. And it doesn't require all custodians to be a part of any decision making, which is a deeply flawed process. Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Beswick. Mr. Beswick, there are currently a number of reforms relating to the protection of First Nations cultural heritage that your branch is leading on, including new cultural heritage legislation and the National Standard for First Nations Engagement. In May, I was told that a draft version of the standard was a matter of weeks away from going out for broader consultation. This standard will be an important instrument for offshore gas projects requiring EPBC approval. So can you please provide an update on the progress of the First Nations standard, please? When will it be shared publicly and up for consultation, including?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, Wayne Beswick, Heritage Division, DQ. Is the work on the First Nations engagement standard has progressed since we provided that update in May. And since that time, we have been able, only in the last week or so actually, to commence some targeted consultations on a draft of the standard, which is forming part of the broader stage 3 process under the nature positive reforms. There's a number of outstanding matters under that stage 3 process, and one of those matters is the First Nations engagement standard, and along with those other matters that have been progressed, the work on the First Nations standard is moving forward as well through that process. Look, in terms of the timing for the public release of the draft standard, I suspect that that'll ultimately that will be a matter for the government. Is probably the best thing I can say there, Senator.
Okay, so it's 4 months down the track, and we were told weeks away in May. So it seems to be taking its time. Given you have a targeted consultation, who are you targeting?
Senator, we've been talking to the Indigenous Advisory Committee of the Department. We've been talking to the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance, the leadership group there. We've also just commenced consultations with some of the industry peaks, and we're looking to continue that process over the coming weeks.
Thank you. Has the Minister's Office or any representatives from the government instructed you to hold off on progressing work on the standard until the current nature positive legislation has passed?
No, Senator.
So while the reforms around cultural heritage take place, NOPSEMA are reviewing their regulatory framework for consultation process. So how is the Cultural Heritage Division of DCCEEW engaged with NOPSEMA around this review to ensure that any reform to NOPSEMA's consultation standards will not undermine the framework that new legislation and the First Nations standards intends to create?
Yes, Senator, that's a good question. We do have regular discussions with DISA and NOPSEMA on the progress of the reforms. We accept, of course, that the reforms that we're working on are on a different path, if you like, and DISA and NOPSEMA are progressing their processes according to their requirements and timelines. It's, of course, highly desirable that there is as much consistency as possible between our processes, and that's the reason why we are having those conversations. So to the extent that's possible within the different processes that we're each undertaking, that we have alignment as closely as possible between the work that we're undertaking and the work that DISA and NOPSEMA are undertaking.
Thank you. So in response to 2 successful judicial reviews that found NOPSEMA had made a legal error in approving environmental plans despite inadequate consultation, NOPSEMA has revised 2 sets of regulations around consultation, including the updated guideline released in May this year. Has this guideline made any difference to the consultation processes of companies and how this is impacted or being assessed? Sorry, this is NOPSEMA.
Yeah, sorry. Sue McCarry, CEO of NOPSEMA. I'll take that. Look, obviously, we work very closely with DISA, but NOPSEMA does not review its own regulatory system. I'm not sure that would be a wise thing for an independent regulator to be involved with that. That is obviously led by DISA, but we work very closely with our colleagues there. Yes, we have actually updated our guidelines a couple of times, both after Tipikilipa, but we also did some revision to a couple of different guidelines after the Mankara case. That has actually assisted, but updating the guidelines alone probably wouldn't have achieved that. We have actually run a number of sessions. I could run through them, but it would take up time, Chair. But we've actually run a couple of seminars, face-to-face sessions with industry. We've actually run sessions where we had First Nations, senior people from First Nations groups around the country working with senior people from industry to actually talk through the implications, one of the court cases, but also for First Nations groups to express the importance of their connection to Sea Country and the importance of having that open, ongoing relationship between industry and First Nations groups. So that was the summit that I referred to. We've actually held better practice forums where we've actually brought title holders in to actually work through what we see as good practice out there working with First Nations groups, and then where we see things that need to be improved. We've also developed a number of internal documents, particularly a policy around managing gender-restricted information and sensitive information that we do receive as a part of that process. So there's been a number of things that we've done which we have actually seen since that original case of Tipikilipa, a huge improvement. A long way from perfect, but we've seen a huge improvement in the amount of engagement that is ongoing with First Nations people and First Nations groups. But I think I would be the first to say, as others have said today, that some clarity around that consultation requirements would be well received.
I wonder if you would like to step that out on notice for us. That would be helpful.
Yes, that was what I was just about to say. So thank you.
Sorry, Senator.
But at the end of the day, it was NOPSEMA, correct me if I'm wrong, that approved the two environment plans that were overturned by the federal court despite identifying issues in the consultation process. Is that right?
Senator, yes. Obviously, the Tipikilipa case was before my time, but yes, the environment plan had been approved, I guess, on the way in which the regulations had been interpreted for many years. But that is what, it is not uncommon that regulations, when they're challenged in court, that is what the court's role is to do, is to actually establish what they see as that interpretation. And probably the Cuba case.
So I understand that, but has there been any internal review of how these unlawful decisions that you made were made, and has anyone within NOPSEMA been held accountable for these decisions, which were found to be unlawful?
Senator, NOPSEMA has actually reviewed a number of its processes internally as a result of particularly that first case around Tipikilipa. As I mentioned, we actually approach things very differently as a result of that. We also look at other environmental regulators around the country and any challenges to theirs, because there are a number of decisions that are challenged across the country. It is our job to follow those. So it's not just our own cases, where there are cases that DQ may be involved with or environmental protection authorities around the country. We track the outcomes of those cases as well, where they may impact on our decision making.
Senator Thorpe, I'll get you to share the call.
Okay.
If that's
Sure,
okay.
Chair.
Do you have questions that you could put on notice?
I have a number of questions, but we'll see how we go with time. If you could come back, that'd be great.
Yeah, because we've literally got 9 minutes, and Senator Sharma has joined us in the room, so I'll throw to him for a few questions.
Thanks, Chair. I'll keep it short. Thank you. And forgive me if some of this might have been covered already, but just what changes has NOPSEMA made since that court decision? So you've amended regulations, which constitutes guidance to people making a permit. What other changes have been gone through since that federal court decision?
Probably I sort of started to go through some of the changes we've made in working with industry as to what is now required. So what is actually required in an environment plan for approval on an offshore activity is very different from what was required prior to the typical IPA case.
Yep.
So there has been quite a change internally about how we look at those environment plans, but that includes we've actually brought in additional staff to assist with that. In particular, we've brought in additional staff with greater expertise in what good consultation with First Nations groups looks like. But the way we assess the material that's put before us is very different to what it was prior to the typical IPA case.
How many additional staff have you brought in? I mean, just as a rough figure.
Off the top of my head, probably we've brought in an additional sort of 4 staff in that particular area. But probably the biggest change, Senator, is we actually had a number of vacant positions that had been vacant, particularly in that environmental space. We have worked hard over the last 18 months to ensure, obviously you get turnover, but we've been ensuring that we keep up to date and try and fill those positions and keep the expertise internally that we need.
Okay. And just last question, if I could, Chair. This PRISM now is a different way of looking at offshore applications. Would that extend to all offshore areas, so not just areas, you know, near the Tiwi Islands, for instance, but anywhere where there's an offshore application for extraction of oil or gas or anything else?
So anywhere for us, it's anywhere that is within Commonwealth waters, so anywhere outside the 3 nautical mile where there is a title that's been granted for offshore petroleum activities, this applies to.
Okay, wonderful. All right, thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
I have a quick one. What role does NOPSEMA play where you have a protection zone installation permit provided by or put forward by ACMA?
Senator, Mr. Greig.
Thanks, Senator. That's the Australian Communications Management Authority.
Media Authority, yeah.
Yes. There's 2 parts that are relevant there. There are duties in the Act on a title holder that places the responsibility on the holder of a title to not interfere with other rights and others, among other things, not just communications. And we do also engage directly with ACMA on any applications they receive and the other way around, if you like. And in terms of the environment regulations, an existing communications cable operator, for example, could be a relevant person in terms of the way it captures functions, activities or interests that may be affected by petroleum activity, and in which case the same consultation provisions and obligations on a title holder to consult in preparing their environment plan would apply.
So obviously offshore wind is, or any sort of offshore renewable energy projects, obviously that's a sort of coming down the pipeline sort of scenario I'm interested in, and I'm happy to put this on notice if that's easier.
We can take on notice. We're the offshore infrastructure regulator as well for the offshore wind industry. The legislative framework for consultation is still in development. The regulations aren't yet finalised for that, but we will be the regulator there as well. There were also consequential amendments made to our Act in terms of those duties to not interfere with rights that also go to potential rights for rights given for offshore renewable energy infrastructure.
Great. If you could maybe flesh that out a little bit for us on notice, that would be really helpful. We'll go back to Senator Cox first for a final question, and then to Senator Thorpe for the same.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to NOPTA, in order for, and there may not be right now, so it's really just a question that I want to couch. Is there, under the notification of traditional owners under the Native Title Act, the granting of titles offshore, is there any notification that NOPTA needs to give to for the titles that are under the offshore acreage to the traditional owners?
I'm not sure I'm best placed to answer that question, Senator. I think that would fall under the purview of the department through ORB, as in a pre-acreage release activity. If there are issues relating to users in a particular area that is about to be granted, there may well be conditions put on the title. But if I could add it's not a decision about the granting, it would be a decision about the conditions that would apply.
So they would, normally, like if, on land, native title, traditional owners receive a notification, to say that there's a title and that there's a right to negotiate for an Indigenous land use agreement. But offshore, there surely must be, or should be, a notification that exists under native title. So I'll give you an example. In Ute country, I'm a traditional owner and I'm one of the only sea country owners in the country probably that comes out 5 kilometres off the shore. But neighbouring to that, Perth Basin, there would be impact for my traditional owner group. And we would never have received from NOPTA the offshore acreage title that would have been given under the Perth Basin. So if there's not the right to negotiate any of the impact that we get down the line, then when we talk about the EP with NOPSEMA, and right back before that, there's no notification to allow us to know that the title has been issued and we don't have any rights to negotiate what that looks like. We, as sea country owners, traditional owners of sea country, have no rights. It's pretty unjust for us because our rights are diminished, and it's a very big legal loophole that essentially says, even if we're the adjacent title holder, which we are, we have no rights to negotiate, and we were not even notified that someone has an offshore acreage title that they now hold, which is going to impact on us, particularly if they're going to run a pipeline to the land, right, like for gas. So, can you see that there's a problem from a NOPTA perspective?
Senator, we work under the regime that we're provided, and it's very clear that, and we work within a legal framework for our function as advisors to the Joint Authority. I don't believe I can comment further. But as far as I'm aware, the kind of activity you're talking about happens before the acreage release is in fact sent out for bids.
But it's done publicly, right? Like, it's not done to traditional owners. It's not done to a traditional owner group to provide a notification under the Native Title Act. I'm deemed under the Native Title Act to have 5 kilometres of sea country in my country. But no one's notified me about any offshore acreage titles that have been issued in the Perth Basin that may have impact for me, or the Carnarvon Basin out of Dongara, which is one of now the biggest areas, because I own Yamaji country too. So, I don't expect you to have the answer today, Mr. Waters, but this is a very significant issue. If you're going to run a cable or a pipeline through someone else's country, and that you're not going to talk to them and notify them that, by the way, we need to use part of that to get to land so we can process or we can do other things, surely, not just by courtesy but legally, we should be telling people. Am I right?
Senator, with all due respect, I think you're asking my opinion.
No, that's fine, Mr. Waters. Yeah, well, you don't need to answer that.
But maybe consider it.
Consider it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Thorpe, one last quick question.
Thank you, Chair. This is for NOPSEMA again. Earlier I quoted from a 2023 WA state government report on the monitoring of the Murujuga rock art, which found that there are no sites on Murujuga where pollution is entirely absent. Even these remote sites experience high concentrations of pollution, and that monitoring shows that the rock surface is 100 to 1,000 times more acidic than background levels. I assume NOPSEMA is aware of this report. So how do you consider that the actions and decisions of the authority have contributed to this situation? One, given that you have to follow your own EPBC accredited assessment program, which requires that you have regard to the indirect consequences of processing the gas that you gave approval for to be extracted from the seabed?
Senator, you are right. So there is a requirement under the EPBC for us to consider indirect consequences as part of any operations EP that we receive. I think we mentioned last time that in relation to the forthcoming Scarborough project, that EP is yet to be fully assessed in accordance with those requirements.
And that's it.
Well, Senator, it's Cameron Grebe here. I think, just to elaborate briefly, that the environment plan for operations for which indirect consequences would be relevant is under assessment, and so that research you mentioned and the subject in terms of potential indirect consequence and impacts to Murujuga, when they're in scope of that assessment, it's something we'll consider in that assessment, but it's not complete, so we couldn't comment further.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Thorpe, I believe you were seeking to table a series of documents, two of which...
That's correct, and I have a number of questions on notice.
Yep, that's fine. Two of which are public documents, one is not. Can I just ask that we seek permission from the Friends of Australian Rock Art to publish that document? Is that okay, Senator Thorpe?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time today. Do appreciate you taking the time to come and see us in person or engage with us online. If you have undertaken to provide additional material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by close of business on Monday the 23rd of September. We will now suspend and return at 10:50. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, I'll check in for office.
I would now like to welcome witnesses from Save Our Songlines, Ms Raylene Cooper. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses has been provided to you.
Yep.
Excellent. For the Hansard record, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
My name is Raylene Cooper, and I'm appearing today as a concerned custodian and, well, just a normal person, I guess, who have concerns about what's going on in our country.
Great. And are you appearing on behalf of Save Our Songlines?
Yes, Save Our Songlines, but also on behalf of myself and my family. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have a short opening statement that you'd like to provide for us? It's not required, just a...
Yeah, no, I guess I'll just do my normal welcome to country.
Okay.
Yep.
Please go ahead.
Waiba Wandewa, good morning everyone. My name is Raylene Cooper. I'd like to acknowledge the Wajak, Buja, Noongar community and nations of the area. We're very honoured to be here today to presenting from my countryside in the Pilbara and what's been going on with our cultural heritage and, you know, the works of industry impacting on our culture and our history.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions and we'll start with Senator Thorpe, who's on the phone. And for your information, we also have Senator Lisa Darwin on the phone and obviously Senator Dave Sharma and Senator Dorinda Cox in the room with me.
No worries. Thank you.
Senator Thorpe, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Raylene, for appearing today. You beat Woodside in the federal court last year to stop their seismic blasting of the sea country off Murujuga. Can you please tell us what has happened since that court decision and whether it has it delivered the outcomes you had hoped for?
Look, the court decision in terms of, you know, the seismic testing with Woodside was a fantastic decision, and it goes to show that you know, anyone having concerns regarding, you know, impacts on environment and on culture and history, you know, can make a statement and have an opinion. And in saying that, given that, you know, we had the victory in the court hearing, in the federal court hearing with Woodside, it was still a slap in the face, I guess, in a sense, when 2 weeks later NOPSEMA had approved Woodside's environmental, you know, application, the EP assessment, and then NOPSEMA approved it. So we're, I guess, battling up against our government regulators who, as quite frankly, need to be regulated because they're not doing the right thing and they've allowed this behaviour to continue for such a long time. Even before myself and Save Our Songlines did come about, you know, the approvals that have gone ahead since 2016 on the Burrup alone, without no knowledge of anybody, no free or formal prior consent, nobody. And it was only up until Save Our Songlines come aboard and myself and my family who are questioning the government, Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation and industry as how these approvals have gone ahead without no one even knowing what was happening.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to hear that. It certainly flies in the face of what those departmental agencies spoke about earlier. So thank you for that. Can you tell us what, from your experience, issues with existing legislation, both state and federal, in whether they provide enough protection for sea country and First Peoples cultural heritage?
Oh, certainly not. I mean, look, we've got this big drama with our Heritage Act as it is. That's, quite frankly, it's a joke. It's absolutely ridiculous. That gives us custodians, Aboriginal people, no satisfaction or no security in terms of trying to protect any cultural history. It doesn't state anything. We're going on these heritage acts that have keep being changed by governments, current governments, former and future governments, who will continually think that they can go in and make these changes to these legislative acts, to suit themselves. And that's exactly what's happened in the time that I've been doing this work with Save Our Songlines. I mean, I've never really looked at it in the telescope as like what I'm looking at it now. And it's actually appalling. It's discriminative, it's racist, and you're destroying a culture and history belonging to people thousands, hundreds and thousands of years old. And yet, we see in the public arena, in the media, when a painting gets destroyed or a picture gets destroyed, that's 100 years old. How do you think we feel as cultural people when we're sitting there watching my home being destroyed in front of my eyes, and nobody, no government official, no cultural persons, no people in leadership are standing up? And me, I'm a nobody. I'm just someone who cares. I have a family to think of, just like everybody else. At the end of the day, what am I going to show my grandchildren when there's nothing left to show them? There's nothing left to demonstrate who we are as people, a race that has been born here from many, many millenniums. There is no history that is going to be left to show any of our families. And this is what we're deemed to watch and see. The Burrup Peninsula is my backyard. It's my home. And we're continually being slapped in the face by government officials, by industry who have done the wrong thing. No one has ever been consulted about the projects and the destruction that has gone on in the Burrup Peninsula. That there is a crime. It's against my human rights. It is against the human rights of my Indigenous self, and it's against the human rights as a woman, because that is a place that I have been left to fiercely promote but fiercely protect. And there's no way I'm able to do that with the legislations and the laws that are set aside by government, because the government do not care about Indigenous people. It is quite clear in the 2-3 years I've been doing this. We've been held back, we've been stopped, we've been having government officials coming in and trying to make changes to legislation to allow industry to keep destroying the nature of the person identity of who I am and what I speak for. I'd also like to read something when I can. Sorry, I forgot.
Sure.
No, please go ahead.
But certainly, Senator.
Yeah, please go ahead and read.
Senator Thorpe, I'd like to read something out, if I may.
Absolutely. Go for it.
Thank you. I should have done this before the questions were asked. Sorry. I'm trying not to be emotional because it's an emotional conversation for me. From the start, my name is Raylene Cooper. I'm a mother, Donia woman and traditional custodian of Murujuga. My people have been connected to Murujuga, also known as the Burrup Peninsula and its offshore islands, for many, many generations. 1 year ago, I beat Woodside in federal court to stop them blasting the sacred sea country and songlines off the coast of Murujuga. Just weeks after my victory, NOPSEMA waved through Woodside's application anyway, and they started blasting our sacred whale songlines. I am heartbroken, devastated and furious that our governments continue to allow Woodside, Perdaman and Yarra to destroy our sacred rock art, our songlines and our precious marine sanctuaries. I have now been waiting more than 2 years for a Section 10 application. I filed in early 2022 under the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act. In those 2 years, the development on Murujuga has continued unimpeded, and there has been irreversible and irreplaceable damage to Mangwara, to the country. The rock art has been moved by Perdaman and the damage has already been done by Woodside acid emissions. We are still waiting for any protection for our cultural heritage. I appeared at the United Nations in Geneva with my mum Josie Alec in July 2022. The Commonwealth Government has nominated Murujuga to become a UNESCO World Heritage Site, but our sacred country and its World Heritage values have not been protected, and its values are not being treated with respect. I appeared at there have never been genuine consultation under the principles of free, prior and informed consent. Murujuga Circle of Elders members have said they objected to industry expanding. A leaked letter to the WA government from the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, which I was formerly the chair of, expressed its concerns about being unable to oppose industry because of gag clauses in the state agreements. When concerns was raised about the rock art monitoring by a whistleblower who used to run the Murujuga program, he was ignored, suppressed and dismissed from his position and threatened with legal action. As far as I'm concerned, we now have exhausted every form of process and now a Senate inquiry into the conduct of government officials, MAC and industry, because nothing has been done to protect my country, our seawaters, our environment, our everything, despite numerous attempts, appeals and legal action. It is corruption at its highest in Western Australia, with senior officials right up to the Premier are all in the pocket of mining and fossil fuel interests. Woodside runs this state and the WA Premier is just their puppet. I appreciate the opportunity to appear in this inquiry to discuss this important legislation to provide further protection for our sacred sea country and for our ngora, for everybody.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe, we might go to Senator Cox if that's all right.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Ms Cooper, for appearing today. We heard Woodside give evidence this morning talking about free, prior and informed consent and their consistency in the way that they approach consultation with traditional owners, talking about collective authority. As the former chair of the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, is that your understanding of the way Woodside in particular engage with the nations of people, the different clan groups across Murujuga, about industry's development in their projects?
Look, Senator, thank you for having me here. As far as Woodside is concerned, I can only speak for myself. And in my consultation processes with Woodside, it was absolutely appalling. Regardless what they say, they've done this, they've done that. Well, look, let's just look at the paperwork. Let's look at the paper stream here. It states in the documentation that's been put forward to the Senate in regards to in the whistleblower, Woodside, Perdaman and Yarra, they never talk to anybody. They never talk to anybody. The state government, they are allowing these industries to go ahead, given that they have produced and created the BIMI agreement. Right? In this agreement, 4.6 to 4.8, they're making the statement that we have no say. Traditional custodians of the area have no say. It just beats the whole process of the native title process because they've taken that away from us. So government have gone in there, wrote documentation, and basically said, right, you guys all have to agree to this. They basically put us in a spot where there was no consultation. There wasn't even a consultation process for that BIMI agreement to be had. Right? It is an absolute embarrassment and it is corruption. At the start, Murujuga individuals that have been on Murujuga, there's lots of concerns I have. I've been a part of this organisation and I am concerned. There are people and money that has been put under the table for individuals within these organisations, and we're talking about government officials, Murujuga officials and officials in industry. All right, and this is what they've done. Since 2007, no one's consulted with anybody. It was only up until myself, Raylene Cooper, and my family members from Save Our Songlines who brought this to attention, that all these approvals from 2016 to 2022, nobody knew nothing about it. As a director in an organisation, I was highly concerned because I have a liability. I'm asking individuals within this organisation, how is it that all these approvals have been done and yet no one's come to this organisation to talk to anybody? Now, there have been underhanded business under the table that's been going on. This is a serious concern. These are crimes that have happened. These are crimes. Individuals who are being named, and yet no one is standing up for the little people who are the victims of these crimes. And that includes our ngura, my history and my culture, my identity of who I am. What's going to become of this? There needs to be a Senate inquiry into the conduct of government officials, the conduct of Murujuga members and people who are involved in Murujuga, and there needs to be those in particular that have come in who have worked in industry and who are basically winning all the way. Because if you're paying people off to sign the yes payments, that is a crime. And that's exactly what's been going on. And I'm telling it how it is, because I've been smack bang in the middle of it. And I need someone to help me. I need government. I need people who actually care about what is going on in my ngura, all around this nation. Governments are destroying and allowing industry to destroy ancient, cultural significant places. This is a crime.
Can I just for the thank you, Ms. Cooper. Can I just, for the purposes of the Senate committee, read out the no objections clause in 4.8 of the BMIA agreement? So I just happen to have open on my laptop here, which states that on and from the satisfaction date, the contracting parties agree that the contracting parties will not, in their capacity as owners of the Burrup non-industrial land, lodge or cause to be lodged any objection to development proposals intended to incur on land within the industrial estate. So basically, the contracting parties are the state and the traditional owners. Is that correct, Ms. Cooper? And this has been in existence for about 30 years, is that correct?
Yep, close to that.
Yep. So of all that time, traditional owners within Murujuga have never been allowed to lodge any objection to development in the industrial precinct of Murujuga.
That's correct, Senator.
So, which basically is a gag clause, which basically equates to the traditional owners not having their own voice to be able to say, we object to this, it has significant impact, it doesn't protect any of our cultural heritage, your identity as a traditional custodian for that area.
That's right. Correct.
One of the other areas that is so...
Sorry, Senator Cox, can I ask you to...
Yes, I can table that, certainly. Thank you, Chair. I will make sure that that gets sent to the Secretariat as we speak. Sorry, Ms. Cooper, did you want to say something?
Yes, Senator. I'd like to just add to this, which is really quite confusing for me as a traditional custodian, and knowing who I am, I guess in that space of, in terms of the word, the narrative they use now, native title, and the areas that we consist in our native title claims. So it's also very interesting, and I think that it needs to be stated and it needs to be said, because no one is going to say it, but I'm going to say it today. I'm quite concerned the fact that this agreement has brought in 2 other tribes. Those 2 tribes are non-existent within this. So we're talking about the Wangatu tribe and the Yabarara tribe. Now, they have been kicked out of federal court on numerous occasions. They no longer exist. They are a tribe. One of them, Yabarara, is a tribe that Mother Thunia people were quite closely related to on the Burrup Peninsula and along the coast. However, my grandfather was the last man who spoke fluent Yabarara language. Now, it's very concerning where governments are interfering with those sorts of processes, and they're putting all of these individuals together and these tribes together with 2 of them non-existent. So right there, that is another concern written within the BIMI agreement. The government actually put these tribes in there. The 3 tribes that should be consistently talked about on the Burrup, in particular, are the Mother-Thurnia and the Nalama tribes, and the Indibandi tribes who have connection to that country, who are the freshwater. It is a Galata country, saltwater law. All right, these 2 tribes are non-existent, and yet the government thinks and interferes with those sorts of areas where they shouldn't be, and allowing these individuals to talk about a country they have nothing to do with. This is the form of reputation that has split our communities apart, because this is what government do. They interfere, right, with the cultural truths about these areas. And it's got to stop, because it's interfering in the lives of our everyday normal families and people within our space, our countries. And it's happened far too long, and they're allowing these individuals to be part of a consultation or a process that they have no authority to be in. And that needs to be stated in that, because this is where the confusion is, all right? Because if you don't know who you are and you don't have an identity or a culture or a tribe, then you need to go and find that. Like we all, in the native title processes, we all have to put our lineage, our DNA and our family connection to that area. These tribes have been put in there by interfering government officials who've basically allowed these mob to be the yes people who are signing away on country that they have no connection to. Big, important statement, that.
And noted in that. Just one quick one.
Yeah, just one quick point of clarification. That agreement, is that signed with the Commonwealth?
No,
and
with
the
the
state.
state.
It's the state government agreement.
The new heads of agreement, if I'm correct, under this statement of intent that I asked Woodside about this morning, that was the statement of intent went out from Murujuga.
Just done a new one, yep.
Yep. The Commonwealth and state and industry is the statement of intent from February, but there will be a heads of agreement that's created from that has 13 principles. That's what I was just going to ask about, whether Ms Cooper had been engaged in any of the consultation now in the development of those 13 principles. And one of the questions that I posed to Woodside in particular around the expansion of Pluto and others, I went straight to the heart of the problem. I've never seen you at Yule River. Like, I've never heard of you doing any community consultation that involves mob on the ground. You are talking directly to native title and PBCs. Have you been involved in any of that heads of agreement development and the statement of intent? Was there a conversation with the community around, we think this is a good idea to replace the BIMIA agreement?
Well, no, there hasn't been no consultation with myself. I don't think there's been any consultation with anyone. If we're speaking specifically about Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, they're shameful that they have not taken this conversation to its people, because it's the members that make the organisation. The directors and those individuals who sit in their seatings, they have to basically go and talk to their people and say, do you agree with this? There has been no form of any communication that I've been involved in Murujuga other than me going home and talking to my families, which I can speak about, because everything else is confidential. Now, how is that in terms of an organisation that's supposed to be speaking on behalf of its people when it doesn't have any of its members or people actually putting any input in? That's actually crazy. So at the end of the day, I want to know how all this could be said and done and new agreements being tabled right up to the governmental sector, and yet no members of this organisation or anyone other than the directors or the chairperson of Murujuga is having a say. How is that even possible? Isn't that a crime?
Thank you, Ms Cooper. I'll hand the call back.
Thank you. Senator Sharma.
Thanks so much, Ms Cooper, for appearing today. Just this inquiry is looking at a specific piece of legislation, the Spirit of Sea Country Bill. Could I just get your opinions and views on the legislation, whether it would be helpful or not to addressing some of the problems you've identified?
Look, certainly there are so much that can be within this legislation that is really helpful. In terms of any protections, yes. Look, when you talk about legislation, I'm not the smartest tool in the toolbox. I can only see and read what I understand and know. And I have others who help me through this. However, there's not been really any time where I've looked at some form of legislation when it comes to Aboriginal people that's actually anything that's helping us. It's really, really concerning, and it feels like, you know, as an Australian person, I have a white father and a black mother, so I'm an in-between. I look at both things. I don't look at colour. I look at what I see and what I hear and what I feel. At the end of the day, none of the legislations or the acts that have been put forward are anything but helpful for us. And we're fighting to be a part of a community, a nation here, which we're being looked down upon as we're not as important or relevant as the next person. That there is really concerning. It's not about a racial thing, because I don't do this for the sake of I want to put myself in harm's way, because this hasn't been an easy process for me and my family. All right, it's been really, really difficult and overwhelming. And when you're facing the likes of industry who are just pushing, you know, and making their statements in the media about such causes, this is about protecting the environment for all of us to share. The legislations that are put before us and the processes that are, they're not meeting any of us halfway in the middle. It's a little bit of us here, and then it's all of this, which is for government, and it's actually for for others other than, you know, Aboriginal people. The Section 10, I put in a Section 10 2 years ago. So much has happened in the 2 years. The process was phenomenal. Like, I'm telling you, it was just crazy. We put our application in, we're asking for more, then we're getting slammed with more, you know, submissions to go in. There has been, I'm just myself with 2 or 3, 4 other people who are helping me. We're not a big organisation. You've got the government slamming me and hammering me about what it is I should be doing, right? To try and help them understand where we're coming from, where I'm coming from as a custodian who has a responsibility. In that 2 years of the Section 10 processes, the North West Shelf business, the business on the Burrup in terms of Perdaman, building a chemical plant right next to Yarra, which is a fertiliser plant. Then we have Woodside. Like, 7 hills have been destroyed. 100,000-year-old rock art has been ripped off from out of the ground. It is not the place that was there when I put this submission in 2 years ago. The current position of that place, they're still working. They're now building right now as we speak. Mind you, I haven't been home for 5 weeks. At the end of the day, I'm going home to a place where I used to take my dogs, my kids, my family, to a community area where everyone swims in Hearson's Cove. We've got a new construction of a new chemical plant. Now, with the new evidence in the 2 years I've put my Section 10 in, let me tell you something, because there's no MRAS, there's no Murujuga monitoring program happening. At the end of the day, you're talking to me about the legislation that we're speaking on behalf today. Yes, we need it. It's as necessary because we don't have anything. You've got government officials wanting to cap down on EDO. That's the only lifeline I have. I'm not a lawyer. It's the only lifeline I have to be able to get someone to help who understands the environmental sector of what it is we can do. And yet government still want to rip that to bits. So you tell me every form of protection or help or assistance that the little person needs, which is me and others, we're going to these aids because we don't know any better, and that's all the opportunity that we have. So when you're talking about a legislation that we're speaking on behalf today, which is fantastic, any kind of form of protection or assistance for the Aboriginal people and its history is essential for every single Aboriginal person in this country. And yes, I do believe from the Senator here, Dorinda Cox and her team, that this is so important for everyone, for all of us, and because we don't have anything else. We don't have nothing that's protecting the First Nations, Indigenous, Aboriginal space.
Thanks, Ms Cooper.
Thank you. We'll go back to Senator Thorpe now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. Look, I'm really sorry again that that this has been such a traumatic experience and a complete denial of your rights as a traditional custodian. I'd like to ask a little bit more about the Section 10 Cultural Heritage application and how you found Section 10, what the process was like. If you could just go into that a little bit further and why it's so important.
Yeah, look, thank you, Senator Thorpe. Look, the Section 10 process, like I said, I've never been involved in this. I didn't realise how, excuse me, political me trying to protect my country would be. And it's been a whirlwind of really, I guess, fascinating in some parts, however, really overwhelmingly, unsupportive. I looked around and I had those individuals who helped me through this process, who are just brilliant, who are doing their jobs as people. And like I said, the Section 10 process was grueling. Like we'd put, you're putting paperwork and documentation in about who you are, what it is you're protecting, your environment, the culture, our history, everything. And then you're sending it forward, they're sending it back. As soon as you're sending in a new application comes in, you've got to do this submission now. And it's been 2 years since I put this Section 10 in. I'm blown away at the lack of support from, Tanya Pilbersek's office, the Environment Minister. It's absolutely appalling. She's done a 360. Our environmental candidate who sits at the ministry's, in the ministry's position, she's done a 360 on her job. She's supposed to be protecting the environment and the water. She's been signing off, this particular person. It's not just about her, it's someone in that seat signing off to go ahead. Demirs signing off on the approvals before the proper processes are going ahead. But the Section 10 was phenomenal. It was grueling, especially for those individuals who have put their commitment and dedicated themselves to help me, because this is their job. This is what they've done all their lives, because no one listened to them. And we had to work together and marry it together, the cultural side of it and the scientific side of it, to bring it to the table of what it is we're trying to protect. Because if with no environment, there's really no point us even being here. And the way things are with the Section 10, like I said, Senator Thorpe, 2 years ago I put this Section 10 in. Nothing's happened other than backlash from government because they haven't done anything to assist in helping in any way moving forward. And quite frankly, our Environment Minister, she's missed the boat a long time ago, because in the 2 years they've taken 7 hills in the area that used to be there. So if you came to see me, Senator, and I know you did, Senator Cox, that place that I took you to, Hearson's Cove, well, it's not like that now. There are several hills gone. And then we're talking about, the emissions that are started. Once that starts, there is no longer. 40 years with the new evidence that's being brought about right now, in 40 years there isn't going to be, once the process starts on the rock art, there's no coming back. There isn't going to be any rock art left to show anybody. And yet the government, state government, who seem to think that culture and industry work hand in hand, I don't know how our former Premier had made that statement, because he don't live there. He hasn't seen it. He's been there, signed the paperwork, dug the shovel into the ground, off he goes. And then the next government comes in. And it's the same thing. So no, as far as I'm concerned, the Section 10 was a waste of my time and stress that I had to go through, let alone with my small team who worked tirelessly with the academics and the expertise that they carry to pull this off, and yet we're still talking about and going through the Section 10 stuff right now. So no, it hasn't helped, because exactly what I was putting the Section 10 in for, to stop at least until these processes are dealt with, there was no stopping in the works. Permanent project pulled all of these hills down. There is now a big empty space where they're now building a chemical plant right next to a fertiliser plant, right on the top underneath Woodside. So how are we going to address this? How does this even work? It was a waste of everybody's time, because everything I wanted to protect is gone. And now we just have to wait until this new permanent project is up and about. And then not only is the impact on the environment, our sea country, our animals, but the people. Has anyone even thought about the people, the civilians that live in these areas? None of these government officials or these project peoples have gone to the community and said, hey, by the way, we're going to be building another chemical plant here. How do you guys feel about it? Nobody. Where is the duty of care?
Thank you. I just have one more question, Chair, if that's okay. Raylene, you said that no laws of colonial governments respect your cultural authority and aspirations to self-determine for yourself as a sovereign nation. So what do you think needs to happen to allow your family, as part of a sovereign nation, to self-determine your own destiny and effectively protect country, sea country and cultural heritage? Because there'll be a bunch of recommendations that come of this inquiry, and then it's up to the government whether they decide on what recommendations they want to implement. So if you could give some indication of, what needs to change, how can you protect country, and what do we need to do, what laws need to be in place to do that?
Well, I guess, Senator Thorpe, thank you so much. Look, the first thing comes to my mind is just stop everything, but that's going to be a dream wish. Look, on a serious note, I think the very first thing is that there needs to be a Senate inquiry into the mishaps and the corruption that has gone on since the beginning, since the very beginning. Let's go back to 2007. Of all the approvals that have gone ahead, firstly, with the likes of Woodside for their projects, government officials who are highly involved, because the processes have not gone ahead. They have not delivered, delivered in a way where the procedural fairness has come about. There has been no procedural fairness. Approvals have been made without those processes being followed. The management of everything that's happened, you have DEMIRS who have approved all of these processes without the proper procedures. You've had Woodside being approved all of these processes without the proper procedures. You have an organisation who needs to have a fine-tooth comb, Maroodja Grabital Corporation, that needs to be looked at, because there have been conversations or approvals that have taken place without its members and the people to understand what's happening. If you don't have those information, they've gone ahead and signed away so much that none of them understand even what they're signing, because no one's been told. about exactly what's going on. If you have no information, how could you make an informed decision if you don't have the correct information? There needs to be, and that's full on, I wanted to be pushing for that. There needs to be a independent Senate inquiry into the conduct of everything that's happened out of the borough, because it is now why we're sitting here looking for alternative help and assistance that no other government legislation is allowing us to have. We also need to be sure that everyone has an ability and opportunity within the community. You don't just go ahead because our Environment Minister believes that Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation is the be-all and end-all of all approvals. No, I'm sorry. That is not the case. Far from it. You need to get to the bottom of it, of who exactly has an authority to speak for this place. Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation was set up by state government. Just remember that. It was set up by state government with no consultation with Aboriginal people to set it up. That's what happened. There was never a consultation process. So how could you make an agreement without Aboriginal people being fully involved? That's ludicrous. Right there. That BIMI agreement needs to be shunned on and looked upon. It needs to be taken down, regardless of what Murujuga says, because it is a corporation that is no longer has been for the people. It is a contract, an agreement and commercial contract that I can't even have a say in it. So how am I involved in it? I'm not, because I have nothing to do with it. That's what it's telling me, because I can't have a say. You want, but you can't accept what it is that I want to believe. So that needs to be scrutiny looked at. There needs to be some kind of, I don't know, you tell me, a legislation or some kind of law that has to stop this behaviour happening from government to those the likes of Indigenous people. We're being shunned out of these agreements without even having a say. We're not even being looked at to say, well, we've made an agreement here, but you guys didn't have a say about it, but we're going to put it in front and you guys are going to abide by it. That is not free and informed and prior consent. That is taking my own human rights away from me. So how do we do this? We need to come together, and there needs to be some form of committee that can come together and say, well, you know, we need the ground roots people. We don't need people who sit there in industry, who've worked in governments or worked in legals to be able to make those decisions. It's the grassroots people that are being ignored. Because I don't have an academic, I don't have a degree, I haven't been to university. It makes me non-relevant. That's what it seems. You're placing people who have got all these awesome academics and awesome education that they've had to be able to tackle this, but they're not the right sort of people to be dealing with this. You need to have the grassroots people to be talking to the people, to say, this is what we want to do. How do you feel about this? But governments and these smaller organisations, that government officials are basically saying they're the be-all and end-all. That is so not right. It's not true. It's not legal, because every single Aboriginal person in this country is relevant. Every single one of us. Just as every other Indigenous person from another country who have origins from elsewhere, and the white people. We're all relevant because we're all part of this story. We are all part of our environment and what it is that we're in it. Some of us live in concrete jungles, others live out in the bush, like myself. But don't make us any different, because at the end of the day, there's two things that we all need to consider. We all breathe the same air and we all drink the same water. And they're the two main things that are being destroyed right now. So how do we tackle this? I would love to be able to give you that, you know, how to do it, because I actually don't know, because I'm more concerned about what's happening out there now. The legislations that are put in place by the government, they don't work for us. And we need to sit back and consider everybody. Not just one tribe, not one black person, not one white person, everybody. And we all need to do this together. Because if we don't, my family and myself, I ain't taken, my grandchild who's only a year old and 8 years old, 40 years' time, they're going to be taking their grandchildren. What are they going to be showing them? The emissions on the Burrup are destroying my culture. And I'm sorry, Senator Thorpe, I don't know what that answer is. And this is all I can give you because it's such a complicated issue. There's so many ways of tackling it and there's so many ways that we still don't know. So it would be great that the committee maybe come together and start talking more to the grassroots people who don't have that opportunity, who have been shunned away because government officials believe only one or two people or corporations or organisations are the only one and all to be talked to, and that is not correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you covered it very well. Thank you very much.
We are going to need to move on. We are running over. Thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you for having me.
You put a range of things to us for us to consider quite deeply, I think. We are running half an hour late. Hopefully we'll be able to make up some time. We don't want to skip the evidence of the people at the end of the schedule. So we're going to need to try and stay on track. Ms. Cooper, if there's any further information you want to provide us with, please feel free to do so. And thank you again for your time today. We do really appreciate it.
Thank you so much and good luck with everything.
Thank you. I would now like to welcome witnesses from the Australian Conservation Foundation. Are we online or? Oh. Well, let me be a little creative here because we're really tight. Could we maybe move past and come back to the, do we happen to have Murrujuga Aboriginal Corporation around? Would that be okay if we move to you and skip the ACF? Great. Mr. Wood?
That's correct, yes.
Can I just confirm that that's convenient for you to come on now, well, which is bang on time for when you were supposed to be here anyway?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming along. You have received all the relevant information on parliamentary privilege and such like?
I have.
Excellent. Would you just like to state your full name and the capacity in which you're hearing? You're appearing?
My name is Kimley John Wood. I'm the CEO of Murrujuga Aboriginal Corporation. I've been in that role since early October last year. I'm not here and not able to speak for country. I'm not Indigenous, but I can talk about process, the purpose of MAC, the rock art monitoring program and a range of other issues that are no doubt in contention here today.
Fantastic. Thank you. Do you have an opening statement of any sort that you would like to provide us?
Look, just to perhaps reprise history, the underlying agreement, the Burrup Industrial Maitland Agreement, is controversial, as you've heard from, no doubt, from earlier speakers. It was not welcomed at the time, but it's in place. And I understand that government have indicated an unwillingness, the state government, to reopen that agreement. But having said that, the agreement provides for representation of the 5 language groups who are the traditional owners and custodians of the Burrup. Each of those language groups has the opportunity to elect 2 directors, and they're for a 2-year term. In the case of the Wangatu, one of the 5 groups, 4 directors. There are no native title determinations on the Burrup, and the advice I have had in the last 12 months is it's unlikely there would be in the future any native title determination on the Burrup due to a range of circumstances that are on the public record. You'll also be aware, no doubt, that there's a rock art monitoring program underway. It's completed its 2nd year of a 5-year program. That group is not under the control of Murrujuga Aboriginal Corporation, but we are a participant in that program. Extensive monitoring stations across the Burrup.
Can you just suspend for a moment? Sorry. Okay, I'm going to state once again that we have to finish at 3 p.m. So anybody who is at the end of the agenda and doesn't get heard would be an absolute shame. Not of your doing, Ms. Alec, at all, but just in terms of how we progress through the agenda, we do have a bit of a hard end. We are now going to go to Josie Alec from the Australian Conservation Foundation. Would you please state your name, the capacity in which you're hearing, and proceed with any opening statement that you may have for us?
Absolutely. Look, I won't be long. My name's Josie Alec. I'm a Guruma Marathunia traditional owner from the Pilbara, and I am the First Nations lead for the Australian Conservation Foundation. Just in opening, I would like to thank everyone for being here in Dorinda, for doing the creating the bill and making this happen for First Nations voices. It's really important that we get our voices heard, and I've been working with Ray with Save Our Songlines, and also for the last 2 years with the Australian Conservation Foundation, and that's my job, is to create pathways for Indigenous people to have their say on their country, and about their country, about their culture, about their obligations as Indigenous people, looking after sea country and the country on land. It's very important that through the work that I do, also the intangible concepts that non-First Nations people might not have in relation to the protection and the obligations of sea country and country itself, and how those two come together. I am also a traditional healer and also hold songlines, and am a matriarch of my family that was passed on to me by my mother and her family to look after and protect our country and our songlines. So when I talk about our songlines, I'm talking about a water law, I'm talking about a kinship law, and I'm talking about the star law. So when I talk about these laws, as a traditional law woman, in that capacity, I'm talking about the laws that reign above all other laws. The natural laws of nature and the environment, and how they all work together for the longevity and the sustainability of all life on Earth. This is the absolute everything that encompasses everything that we are as traditional owners of country. It is our obligation, and it sits in our hearts, our minds, our souls, everything that we are. We have a footprint to the country. And when I talk about the footprint, it's our DNA, our kinship. That law comes into it. When we're talking about a star law, it's the laws that govern from the stars down to the country to create the ebb and flow of everything of that is natural on land and in the ocean. There is an alchemy that happens between sea, salt water and fresh water when it comes in and out of river systems. A special alchemy that has been given to us in stories, passed down. Those stories that are passed down come down through rock art. We are and stories that are told. We are the longest continual living culture who has stories. We still hold those stories because they are innate in our DNA. They sit in our DNA and they last forever. This will never ever stop. It will never end. And when we're talking about sea country, and we're talking about the protection of sea country, we're talking about every single little thing. From the biggest whale that you have to the smallest amoeba that it eats. It is the longevity of all of that. We need to be able to give them a voice. Everything in that sea country. That's why this is so important. Not only from Murujuga, but especially from Murujuga because of the Woodside. But there's also fracking on country that pulls fresh water. Then they want to do more pulling of gas from somewhere like Browse, which will come back to Scarborough. The Tiwi Islands. We're seeing it down in Warrnambool. We're seeing it across the country, over in the Pilliga. We're seeing it everywhere. It's happening. There is a mass attack on our water, and when we carry the water law as women, that's the first water that is given to us on this earth, and that's our amniotic fluid. And it's the same as Mother Earth. It sustains life, all life. And so when we are attacking that through attacking songlines and these very sacred, special places, this is where we need to have a voice as individuals and as First Nations people. So going back to the rock art, there is rock art all around this nation, and it is all connected, and it is connected through songlines. Our old people used to walk those songlines to be able to connect with each other and do trade. That kept them sustainable, that kept them as a civilised nation, which we would said that we weren't civilised. We had the best technology, we had everything that could sustain us as people, and it came from the country, and it came from the knowledge of the songlines that run from the ocean to the rivers, back over to the rivers over here, back over to the ocean, from the first light to the last light, and of Australia. So when we're talking about that, we're talking about sustainability, like I said, of everything in the ocean. Now, we had our voices and our free, prior and informed consent given to us as especially women from a country where we haven't been heard. And this is why we went to Geneva. We weren't heard. Our voices weren't heard by our own corporation. Our own corporation couldn't even put this in when the first, our stories, which we have evidence of.
Sorry, when you say your own corporation, are you talking about...
Murujuga.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry. When we had, Murujuga came out, and I remember standing out in the rock art where our Seven Sisters Dreaming story is, and telling the cultural heritage manager at that time, who was a woman, about everything about our story, to put into the World Heritage listing at the very first shot that they had, back in 2022, I think it was. It didn't even get through. It wasn't even in the World Heritage stories from the Aboriginal people there. Like Ray said, it was my young uncle, my mother's young brother, who was the last person who spoke Yabarada. And Yabarada is the North Nulluma. And that's a language, it's a place. It's not a people. Yeah. So also when we're talking about that, the evidence is quite clear that the Yabarada people are not people. They were a place and a language. So there has been a lot of, I'd say, misconduct along the whole story of Murujuga. This is not the only place this happens, it happens everywhere. They take our stories from wherever you are and they will twist it, and the only reason why is because it can't be comprehended. The intangible evidence that we have and our stories that we say can't be comprehended, or maybe people don't want to understand the way that things are linked through the ocean, through the islands. And if you looked at every sort of island that was around Australia, they would all link up and every one of them would have a piece of rock art on them, because that's how our mob used to tell stories. Those stories come from the Star people a very, very long time ago, over millennia, and people just can't comprehend that. They can't fathom that there was some other form of life on this earth. But you can say there was a woolly mammoth and you can say there was this and that, but no one has ever really seen one. The evidence that, especially in Murujuga, that life was there on that country is there. I remember when it was on the news. I remember 5 or so big ships coming from all around the world, coming in to have a look at the rock art underneath the ocean. The CEO at that time had one media release and then it was all shut down and nobody ever said another word about it. There is a plethora of rock art that is connected underneath that ocean there, that those gas lines are going out to, they're going through, and they're all connected to the islands. The stories are there on the rocks, and we have evidence and proof of them, of how they work with us and how we work with them. The stories are there. We're not the only ones. There's people all around Australia, First Nations people all around Australia, who are doing this work. And it was given to us to come back and do this work by our ancestors. And that's why we're sitting here talking today.
Thank you. We'll go to questions. I believe Ms. Alec has about 10 minutes. So Senator Cox, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair.
So we'll split the time between Senators Thorpe and Cox. Myself, Senators Darman and Senator Sharma have agreed to put our questions on notice to you to allow both of you to have 5 minutes each.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alec, for appearing today and recognising your amazing work. The ACF do a lot of work across the country, and we are seeing a rise in the amount of High Court challenges, particularly in the offshore gas space. And in your opening statement, you were quite clear about the cultural tenors that are really important for industry to consider in its exploration, its processing, and also its expansion, massive expansion of gas in this country as we have moved towards a future gas strategy that the government have scripted. This bill has 3 essential elements to it. You know, making sure that First Nations people are relevant people, making sure that the free, prior and informed consent is upheld, and making sure that underwater tangible and intangible cultural heritage are enshrined in the legislation. In your work that you do across the country, what would this bill do for MOB?
It would give a voice to the people. It would ensure and make people accountable for what they're saying, make the government accountable, and I think it also would give an easier, it would be a lot easier for people, for First Nations people, especially who are very connected to country, who may not have an education, who may be elders, who know their stories intrinsically, and it would actually help those stories be heard and understood.
The recognition that you have around the, you know, and we've heard from Ms. Cooper and others across the country, that we can't just go to the native title rep bodies and we can't just go to the PBCs that supposedly represent our voices. The agency and the voice needs to be from grassroots communities, and the importance of that. Would you like to see a continuation of that, a piece of work, and I think Ms. Cooper did state that in her evidence around the native title system and the way that we see and we utilise that for the benefit and the benefit sharing of First Nations people across the country?
Absolutely, and one of the things that we have been working on at ACF is a Care for Country Commissioner through the federal government, who will be a grassroots person, and we will be also alongside the bill that you're doing, pushing that in Parliament and in government to be able to maybe through the next election get that Care for Country Commissioner put in, and you know, if all of the pieces of the puzzle work together, the Care for Country Commissioner will be basically speaking on behalf of grassroots people.
Great. If we can get a copy of your Caring for Country Commissioner tabled to the Secretariat, that'd be great. That's it from me. Thank you.
Great. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Alec, for appearing today. And thank you for sharing the story. I mean, that's incredible. And if people understood the law of the land and law of the water the way we do, then we wouldn't be dealing with the mass destruction of country all the time. So on that note, would you agree that this is a mechanism that is deliberately in place to destroy evidence of those songlines and those stories that you spoke about?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Can you repeat that? Sorry, sorry, Lydia.
Yep, sorry.
Senator Ford,
Can you
sorry.
hear me now?
Yeah, just the last bit.
So, just would you agree that it's a deliberate destruction of evidence of the Murujuga story, songline people, that this is allowed to happen, given its, cultural heritage and connection to people?
Look, it started a very long time ago, and I know from my family was locked out of native title as a family, and I'm stolen generation, and when I went back, my grandfather was there on a claim, and my mother and my uncles were all sitting in Roban, and not one of them were underneath their dad, their grandfather. So, and these are country people who didn't, lived in the country, grew up on country, were forced off country, and then put into, old reserves, and then, had to live that life. So they were actually forced. Their stories were actually locked out of all native title anyway in the first place, and their stories were taken by other people, and basically were told in a different way. And that sort of evidence is coming out now. It's proving itself through that native title and our care for country practices that we do through our native title groups. This has happened to a lot of especially elders who couldn't read and write when the native title system did come through, and it's still, this is a knock-on effect of that going back all of those years when the native title came in. Our evidence and our stories have been distorted. They have been taken by other people and used for their own agendas. And the agendas usually are usually, for some sort of recognition, some sort of payment by mining companies or whoever wants to go and blow up your country, or destroy and destruct your country. Because if it was the real people who were, the right people who were talking for the country and held these stories and held the magic of their country, this wouldn't have happened in the first place.
Thank you. It's an all too familiar story right across the country.
It is.
And I'm sorry that your people are experiencing this. So in terms of, knowledge, First Peoples knowledge and ways of understanding in order to effectively protect country, what do you think needs to happen right now that we can go back with and tell the Environment Minister and the government to do better about? What can we do?
In my opinion, history holds a lot of knowledge, and the history of our countries and our people hold a lot of knowledge. A lot of our history is sitting over in museums all around the world. And so that's evidence right there that our people have already been prodded a very long time ago, and their stories have been taken off country and, like I said, deliberately changed to, to other people's agendas. What needs to happen now is that we need to actually repatriate a lot of our old people, a lot of those artefacts and things that are sitting around the world, everywhere in museums, and we need to bring our culture back into what it was. Then people might just start understanding exactly what it is that we've been fighting for all this time. And a lot of that stuff, it comes from the sea country and it comes from on country. It tells the story of the people. And so going forward, I think that's maybe another thing that could be, put into this, is that we need the history of the sea country and land and those songlines and the stories being told. And people being actually protected to tell those stories as well. Because our old people didn't have any protection, and that's why they kept them.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions, Chair.
Great, thank you. As I said, the rest of us are happy to put our questions on notice, and obviously if you have anything further you would like to provide to us, please feel free. And obviously if Senators Cox and Thorpe have further questions, they will also place those on notice for you.
Send the Care for Country.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you. That
No
would
worries.
be
Thank you
great.
very much.
Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
your time. Thank you so much. And we will now go back to Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation. Mr. Wood. Now, Mr. Wood, I will just confirm that we have gone through the formalities. You've started to provide us with an opening statement, which has been captured on the Hansard. If you would like to continue, that would be great.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Well, I was getting to the stage, I guess, saying that, indicating that the board of Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation is chosen from the 5 groups, from amongst the 1,200 odd members. Directors sit for a 2-year term, and as well as that, there's also a circle of elders in place, which again is selected by the membership and put in place. I report to an Aboriginal board, 12 directors, and as one of the white members of staff. Our organisation is relatively small, and as you've heard from others today, resourcing is never enough for the sorts of work we have. And further, you'll understand this is heavily contested space. There are a number of voices speaking for Murujuga country. Ours is not the only voice. The claim that Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation would make is it's a representative body elected by members and supported by the wisdom from our circle of elders. But it's not the only voice, and MAC, Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, does not intend to criticise or make any comments about any others that are speaking on behalf of the country there. Final comment, we're at the end of the 2nd year of the Murujuga Rock Art Monitoring Program. It's not managed by MAC, it's funded by industry and by the state. The 2nd year technical report, and in fact the full report, should be released over the next few months, and it will indicate at the end of the 2nd year what the impact on the rock art is. I can't speak to the technical findings today. I'm not a scientist, and neither has that report finished its peer review process or been released publicly. But it's essentially the first time real science has been employed on Murujuga country, and it will answer some of the questions that are being debated in the public domain now. That's probably all I have to say in terms of the opening statement. Thank you.
Right, we might start with Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Wood, thank you for appearing today. And I know there's been much conversation, particularly around Murujuga and the Cooper case and other bits and pieces. One of the things I just wanted to check on you when we had the changeover is there's no native title that's been determined over Murujuga.
No.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
How long's the determination? Was that put forward? What's been the process?
In the early 2000s, there were two existing cases,
right,
and they were both found. In fact, the two claimant groups that had brought those cases, as I understand it, withdrew those claims.
Right.
The Wonga 2, one of the 5 groups, had an unsuccessful claim.
Right. Okay. So therefore, the establishment of MAC, the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, was an establishment of the state government. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So which then struck up the BIMIA agreement
The BIMI agreement is the underlying agreement that sort of gives life to the Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation.
Okay. So that agreement then, in principle, I suppose you could call it, is an agreement between the traditional owners who were not applicants of that determination.
They were the
2
3
cases?
claimant groups. They were all applicants for Indigenous. They were claimants on the Burrup for native title. And as I said, two of those three groups voluntarily withdrew their claims, and one was found not to have any merit.
Okay, so then the state comes to Mac and a group of people in Burrup and says, you sound like you speak for country, let's strike up an agreement, here's the agreement. Probably a majority of those people, are we talking 30, 40 years ago?
It's around less than 20 years ago now.
Right, 20 years ago. Probably English is not their first language. Would I be correct in saying that?
With some of our members, that would certainly be true.
Yes. And so we have an agreement then, and I think Ms Cooper outlined, and I read out section 4.8 of the BIMIA agreement around the gag clause.
Yeah.
So you have a group of elders or a group of people who are essentially speaking for country without native title determination, which is the federal law. And these group of people probably didn't have maybe the education standard or, you know, the wits about them to sort of know that there's a gag clause that's right in the bottom of that agreement. And then we still have the state government who brokered a deal for gas on the Northwest Shelf, you know, the extraction, 15% going into domestic gas supply, which we still haven't reached. And a recent parliamentary inquiry here in the state has shown they're only at about 7.8%, so they're not even satisfying that agreement. But the BIMIA agreement essentially says no traditional owner in this part of the country, on the Burrup, can ever contest the development and ongoing expansion of industry in this part of the world.
That's not entirely correct, Senator, with respect. We have access to both state and Commonwealth legislation to launch objections over particular aspects of what happens on the Burrup if we choose. And from time to time, those opportunities have been considered and implemented.
Can you give me an example of that?
I can't give an example today, but I can take that on notice.
Okay, yeah. If you can provide the Secretariat with an example.
Sure.
What it seems to me is we can have all the legislation in the world except people probably in the Burrup Peninsula get hit over the head with the BIMIA agreement. Say, you sign this, your elders sign this, they're not native title recognised, which is often the default position when I talked to the Attorney-General even last week, saying we need to strengthen the Native Title Act and what we needed to do in relation to reform. Yeah. How does anybody in the confidence of not having native, and I know this from Larrakia, right? I've been to the Middle Inquiry with this committee. When native title's not determined, there then becomes groups of people who then seek collective determination, and they know who they are. They identify with who they are because they're clans. They're tribal people who, from an oral perspective, have been given their history in most instances, unless you're part of the stolen generation like my mob, but we still know where we're from. Yeah. So if in all industry relationships that they have with the locals around, here's a project we want to do offshore, what's in the cultural heritage space, are you the relevant people even to speak to, and how do we protect that? How does Murujuga, from a MAC perspective, how do they determine who does that on their behalf?
As I indicated earlier, there's a representative body of the 5 groups in terms of senior traditional cultural people. They're a circle of elders. They provide advice to the board, and then the board makes a decision based on the advice of the traditional elders.
So you have to be a board member, and then the board member makes a collective decision on behalf of the Murujuga area?
It's probably important to note that the no objection clause, which frankly we and I'm sure everybody else in Murujuga country finds offensive, doesn't allow us to object. So we're not a decision-making body. We provide cultural and heritage advice to proponents.
But if you ask industry, Mr Wood, who sat here this morning, Woodside told us they go to you, and I wrote it down, when Ms Reynolds said, we analyse and we go to the stakeholders, we talk to the traditional owners and we contact them, and we had 19 groups that we had details of that we undertook consultation for the Scarborough project. Now, if you are not a representative body and you don't, I'm saying it under native title and under the legislation we're governed under federally, that Murujuga then has no decision-making capability. Why are industry using you as a partner?
Because the role of MAC, and again we're not the only voice, but we're advised by senior cultural people in Murujuga country and the region to provide advice to industry. We don't give them a yes or a no. We're not a gatekeeper in terms of developments there, but we certainly provide
But
cultural
if you ask
advice.
industry, Mr Wood, they tell us that you are, and that the decision-making and the collective authority comes from MAC. That's the point I'm trying to make.
It's not exclusive. Industry knows that. We all know that. We are a voice, and
That's
we
not
hope
the
that
evidence
we're...
they presented to us,
Okay.
respectfully, Mr Wood, that they provided to the committee this morning was that they are absolutely taking the advice of MAC and they are throwing you out, and whether that's right or wrong, I'm not saying it is, but this is a constant theme that we are seeing when there is no native title determination, when there are loose groups of people that are formed that have the identity or wear the hat of collective authority, and when it comes to offshore gas, anybody can jump in on that because it's all in Commonwealth waters and say, hey, I'm going to sell that off to the highest bidder, and this is where we come to this piece of legislation and why this is so important. And my question to you, Mr Wood, is do you support firming that up and making sure that the OPGGS, the offshore regulations, are corrected so we don't have loose groups of individuals running around for their own purposes and getting contracts left, right and centre, to absolutely push forward with a regulatory framework that works so that we know who's giving advice and they're accountable to us, but also the industry have much more clarity about what that looks like.
I've read the bill, Senator, and while I haven't got any advice from the board on how to comment on that bill, I can't see any reason why MAC wouldn't strongly support the bill. It's sensible, it improves the situation as it stands today, and I'd certainly personally heartily endorse it.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Wood. Chair, I'll hand the call over now. Thank you.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr Wood, for appearing today. Woodside has claimed that their consultation process have aligned with UNDRIP principles and they have obtained free, prior and informed consent, and they are relying heavily on their engagement with MAC to make this claim. So from your perspective, what has been the experience of the corporation and the traditional owners you represent in engaging with Woodside?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Look, I think it's fair to say over the last 40 years, which is approximately the time Woodside's been active on the Burrup, things have changed substantially. It would appear to me, based on my limited time at MAC, that there's been a sea change in terms of the quality of the consultation and the extent of it with local Indigenous people. Now, as I said before, MAC is designed to be as representative as possible, but it's a white man's democracy imposed on Indigenous people, where there are often multiple voices speaking on behalf of Murujuga country and not always in agreement. So just to remind ourselves, MAC is a democratically elected body. Directors have a 2-year term, and a circle of elders has been put in place to represent all of the 5 language groups, the 3 original claimant groups, and it does the best it can. There will certainly be other voices from time to time, and those other voices can't be discounted. And as you're probably well aware, more than I am, there are sometimes differences in views between various groups and between the importance or otherwise of cultural heritage issues there. Now, back to Woodside. Woodside, in my time there, which is less than 12 months now, certainly appear to be doing their level best to consult and achieve EPIC. Remember that we are not a gatekeeper. We don't say yes or no to developments, but we provide heritage or cultural advice. And Woodside, Chevron, Rio, Yarra, they're all trying. Now, is it perfect? No. And that's why this legislation is so important. Can they do better? Absolutely. MAC is a...
Thank you.
Thank you.
You say that MAC's not the gatekeeper, yet if rock art was to be destroyed, that is clearly ancient and special for many reasons that we've heard during this inquiry, then why wouldn't MAC say no?
Senator, MAC doesn't have the ability under the BIMIA. It has a no objection clause, as you've heard earlier today. We don't have the ability to say no, But what we do have the ability to do is to be involved in rigorous scientific programs, such as the MRAMP program, which will determine what's happening to the rock art based on good science. There's been nothing like this undertaken on the Burrup before. The second year results are currently going through the peer review process, international peer review process, and we will see at the end of this year, around that time or early next year, what that second year results are showing and where we need to go next with this. There will clearly be some outcomes. I can't comment on what they are at this time, and MAC is certainly not in control of that program, nor directs or guides it. But it will indicate what is happening with the rock art. So there's been lots of commentary in the media, I understand. I can't say whether it's right or wrong, but we will know much more by the end of this year or early next year about what is happening to the rock art.
So given the no objections clause in the BIMIA agreement, what is the ability then to represent the views of Murujuga traditional owners, and particularly how effectively are you able to express concerns or opposition to development proposals?
The Circle of Elders and the board itself expresses strong views to proponents where there's some concern about what's happening, and the board has the ability to direct the corporation to undertake action under state or Commonwealth law.
Okay, so I'll just go on to the next question. I mean, the structure that you talk about and the process that you talk about is again all too familiar around the country, and when it gets down to just a small number around the board table, it does take away FPIC at all levels, and it seems that that's a very, they've used a stamp and they've put it everywhere to undermine, genuine FPIC and the right to say no to destruction of country. But when traditional owners that you represent have expressed concerns or dissenting views about Woodside's gas operations and the impact of pollution on Murujuga country, how have these dissenting views been managed as an organisation, and how have you made sure that traditional owners who do not approve of these major gas developments and the destruction of their own country have had their views reflected to industry? How do you manage that?
Senator, that's a fair question. Look, we operate under the terms of the BIMI agreement, which is by no means a perfect agreement, and as I said previously, the no objection clause is particularly offensive and would be unlikely to be embedded in a contractual-based document if it was done today. We strongly represent views of traditional owners, the Circle of Elders members, to the Woodsides and Rios of this world. In fact, they sit in the room and listen to those views as expressed by our Circle of Elders. Furthermore, in terms of, say, the North West Shelf development work that's in the pipeline today, we've expressed strong views about what may happen as a result of a pollution-based incident and are pushing Woodside hard to see what their approach to a worst-case scenario may be. Now, those views, as I understand it, seem to have been heard, and we wait to see what Woodside come back with. But there is no question that none of us are happy. One of our senior law people there has explained to me, as part of my early education here, that everything that happens to country like this, whether it's stockpiles of iron ore that Rio has, it's the drilling, it's the ripping of the earth to put pipelines in, it's all wrong. Under traditional law, none of this is right. Earth, water was provided with sufficient resources for Aboriginal people on the Burrup, so of course anything that we see happening there is wrong. But we understand that industry will continue, and we can't stop that. So the good thing about this, if there is a good thing, is that people come and see that fabulous rock art, the heritage values that are there. Once they've seen it and gone away, they'll want to work with us to protect that.
So can I ask, what power does Murujuga Corporation have to protect country?
Well,
and if it doesn't have any, then why does it exist?
Well, it exists to represent the views of its members in a democratic process which every 2 years takes a vote on directors, and each of the 5 language groups there are represented. It also has the ability, as I've said before, under state or federal legislation to object. It doesn't under the BIMIA on BIMIA land. It has a no objection clause, but that doesn't stop our use of state and federal legislation at all.
So why aren't the concerns of those elders being taken up?
We represent the 5 groups through our process, and our Circle of Elders' views are heard, are respected, and the board typically sits in the same room when those conversations are taking place and is well aware. I can tell you that the level of tension within MAC about some developments on the Burrup from time to time has been hot. There's no question, no one is happy with what's happening to country on the Burrup, but we understand that our ability to stop that is limited.
So we've heard from traditional owners who have spoken about the destruction of country that has already occurred, and that there are scientific reports that have already confirmed this, including WA's own government report. And I understand you can't object to proposals, but surely your cultural advice has included these observations. So why do you need to wait for a further report when there is already clear science showing the damage that is happening now?
Senator, as it's been explained to me, and I'm not a scientist, I'm an engineer, but it's been explained to me that this work that is being undertaken as we speak, the MRAMP program, the Murujuga Rock Art Monitoring Program, is world's best practice. It has a number of eminent scientists on the group that are doing the work. It's work that has not been undertaken before. It's based on an extensive monitoring program that again has not formed part of previous scientific advice. This is unique, this is new, and this will produce outcomes. And they're not outcomes that MAC can cover up or the state government. They are public. So the first year and the second year results have shown us a range of issues so far, and the second year results will be published publicly later on this year, early next year. It is groundbreaking science, it's new, it's unique, and it has not been done before. And it's certainly far more extensive than any of the previous scientific work that's been undertaken.
Senator Thorpe, I'm wondering how many more questions, how much more time you require, or whether there's anything you can put on notice?
A couple of minutes. Two more questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Look, I'm no scientist either, but 25 tonnes a day of acid pollution and acidity on rock faces 100 to 1,000 times more acidic than baseline sounds pretty clear to me. So if Matt can't represent any concerns about the destruction of country that has already occurred, then how can you say that you're representing the views of traditional owners?
Senator, I understand the question, and it's a fair question to be asked. The science is not in yet as to what sort of damage, if any, and there may be some, has been done to the rock art. Undoubtedly, there'll be some learnings from this scientific program. Now, it's not MAC running it, it's not MAC covering it up. MAC is vitally interested and committed to this program and very interested to see what it shows us. It will no doubt influence environmental constraints on the people that operate on the Burrup, industry that operates on the Burrup, and I can't comment on what they may be, but this science will produce outcomes. It's the most extensive program that's ever been undertaken in this area. It's novel, it's world-leading, and it will show us what's going on. There is a lot of speculations about what might happen to the rock art at this stage, but this will demonstrate one way or the other if there's any effect on the rock art, and if so, how much. It's worth waiting for.
Very sad, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Senator Cox, you had a follow-up question.
Yes, just to Senator Thorpe's questions. And I'm just trying to work through, Mr. Wood, I'm still stuck back at my first question of no native title determination in your country, because I know here in Noongar country we had 2 bites of the cherry in High Court determination, and the 30,000 years of history, culture, people, language and connection to our heritage is what got us a bit of what some people might refer to as Australia's first treaty, and I refer to as a pretty lame settlement, to be honest, given the richness of this country. But I'm still stuck there, because the heritage and all of the the different, and listening to Ms. Cooper and Ms. Alec around, you know, all of the important tenors of culture that underpin identity for us in what is native title legislation. Without that, we're like a boat without a rudder, right? Like we simply are just sailing across this. So I could go to any one of these capital cities or areas in which development is happening, and particularly gas, like Larrakia or like Murujuga, and I could say, well, here's a corporation that I'm now putting out because there's no determination here, and I have all the legal authority to speak for country. But if your determination was fast-tracked by this government and putting in place an actual proper determination which links all of that cultural heritage that goes from millennia right through, and that everyone was very clear about why, whether it's 3, whether it's 4, whether it's 5 language groups of that area are the traditional owners and that have the cultural authority and or rights under native title legislation, whether that would actually be of benefit to MAC, because right now it seems like you're very hamstrung under a BIMIA agreement with the state government, which is happening across the country, by the way, to other TOs, that the industry people come first, and that, you know, the cultural heritage is not being, the native title is not being progressed in the way of determination, because we have all these things now that have gotten in front of that. And we see that whether you be in Middle Arm, whether you be at the Burrup, there are many, many things that are being given precedence over the rights of First Nations people in this country. Do you think that fast-tracking or having an ability to get a native title determination to get the correct legal framework in place will aid the people of Murujuga to have their rights enshrined so that they can, whether it be the right to dissenting voices or veto or whatever that looks like, but can actually make sure that we protect one of Australia's oldest living cultures in the world?
Good question. Difficult question. MAC is not a prescribed body corporate, so it's not a player in the native title space, but MAC's role is essentially to support the 5 groups that make up MAC. And I'm sure the question of native title on the Burrup is not dead. I'm advised it may be difficult, but I don't think it's dead. And I think if one of the 5 groups sought native title and could, you know, jump through all of the necessary hoops, I think everybody would be happy with that outcome.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wood. That's it from me, Chair.
Senator Shah.
Look, just very briefly, if I could, would you just mind, I know you ran through this in your opening statement, Mr. Wood, but just the structure of the Land Council, like how are the office bearers elected? You said there are 12 directors, I think. You're the CEO. Would you mind just running through that sort of the democratic legitimacy component of
MAC's comprised of 2 members from 4 language groups.
The 2 members, 4 language groups,
and 4 from the Wangatu. So it's a 12-member board, all Indigenous, all members of Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, and essentially to be a member of MAC, you essentially need to be a member, or to prove you could be a member of one of the 5 PCBs, one of the 5 native title groups. So it's half of those directors approximately are spilled every year, which means that every director has a 2-year term. Directors are voted for by their own language group, so a Ngarluma director, the 2 Ngarluma directors are voted in by the Ngarluma people, the Ngarluma members. So each of our members has an assigned PCB, or language group. The chairman's elected, again, separately. And things like remuneration for directors has to be taken back to the annual general meeting. So we have an annual meeting of members, and our next membership meeting is the end of November this year. They're well attended, and like any member of any group of Indigenous organisations, it's tough. There's no hiding from tough questions when we have our AGM. You know, they're robust, they're tough meetings, and hard questions are always asked. And we do our best to answer those. I have no role in the AGM other than to support the chairman and the board, and it's essentially very much an Indigenous-run organisation. We have a small number of staff and an active ranger unit. It's a ranger unit of about 8 or so, mostly young people, growing strongly, heavily involved in both Murujuga country and the Sea country now as well.
And how many members are there altogether?
There's approximately 1,200.
1,200.
It may be a little more than that now. We've had a recent number of influx of membership applications, but approximately 1,200.
Okay. And how many members would you get at an AGM?
You get more than 100, but less than 200. And this year, to increase participation, we've opened up an online portal to Headland. So we'll have a group in Headland. We have a group down here in Perth, and our membership meeting will be out at 50 Cent Hall in Roebourne. So we're trying to expand to include as many members as possible. Members of MAC are far-flung, many of them. So year by year, we'll try and do better and better in terms of getting engagement.
Okay. And the election of the directors takes place at the AGM, does it?
It does.
Yeah. Okay. Look, and I know we've been over this. Well, you've been over this in your discussions with us and others, but you talked about it being a heavily contested space, and being not the only voice. How many other, I guess, groups claim to speak on behalf of?
I can't answer that,
okay,
Senator, but as you know, there are a number of people out there, some of them in this room, that are passionate and feel strongly about what's happening on the Burrup. And Mac's view is that everybody who has a valid point of view should be allowed to put it.
Yep.
And you know, that's not always easy for us because there's been a range of accusations about Mac in recent times in terms of what's happening on the Burrup. But if you understand how Mac is created, what powers it has or doesn't have, it has the same access to state and Commonwealth legislation others in this room and others that are concerned have. But it certainly has a no objection clause to what's happening on the Burrup, and that would have been by design back 20 odd years ago, as the Burrup was being developed.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Wood. Thank you, Chair.
So, Mr. Wood, would you say that there are people who don't get a say in your organisation?
If
that potentially should?
No, I wouldn't. Actually, we have an AGM every year. We have elections that anybody is free to nominate for, and we have a membership that's comprised of the 5 groups. And the door's not shut in anyone's face, as you probably know by now. It is a difficult space, and passions run high, particularly on the Burrup. It's an integral part, as I understand it, of the Indigenous creation story. It's rock art rich, and you kick a rock, and you may see, a stone scattering or flakes or something. It's heritage rich, there is no question. And all I can say is it appears that the best efforts have been made to show coexistence of industry and Indigenous culture by gifting MAC the freehold to the Murujuga National Park. We've just started the on-site, on-ground 10-day mission in terms of World Heritage Assessment today, or else others would have been here speaking instead of me. And we're heavily engaged with industry on this strategic agreement-making process that will give us an equal seat at the table. So MAC is undertaking a range of activities to ensure that there's maximum protection available and that every voice out there is heard. Not all voices agree, as you've heard today, but we understand that this is a difficult area. Passions run high. There are a number of people that don't feel they're being heard. I understand that, but MAC is doing everything within its ability to ensure all voices are heard.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I just ask one clarifying question? Mr. Wood, you asked some. We were just asking, and Senator Sharma was just asking about the membership of Murujuga. I know in my native title group that I have to provide my anthropological links, for example, when I go and be a member of my PBC or my land council. Does MAC provide, is that given that you're not a PBC or you're not a native title rep body, do you require that to be in the membership of those involved in MAC?
The membership qualifications for MAC are to be a direct descendant of one of the 3 original claimant parties.
But there's 5, right?
There's 5 language groups. There were 3 claimants.
So why are there 2 that are missing?
Because 2 of those 3 claimant groups had more than one language group.
Right, okay.
So Nalama Injibani was one,
Yeah.
Wangatu another, and Maradunara and Yabara.
So they have representatives, do they?
All of those 5 bodies have representatives on the MAC board.
And from a cultural perspective, male and female?
Yes, we endeavour to do that wherever possible.
Okay, so you don't do that as a standing framework?
Well, that's the
that...
intent. It really requires on potential membership candidates for directorships to put their names forward. But we have a majority of women on the board, but there are some senior men on the board as well. Okay. And the board is advised by the
just taking into consideration
Yep.
Miss Alex's evidence she gave before
Yep.
around water law
Yep.
and the fact that women are the water carriers.
Yep.
And protectors. So I'm just interested in that, and given that that's a really integral part of, I'm no friend of native title. I just want to be really clear. But what it does is provide to us those anthropological heritage links for us.
Agreed.
Because I'll give you an example. I'm a Wadjuri person. My grandfather comes from Burungara, and it's the oldest rock in Australia. And it's in the Midwest Glasgowan. But I never speak for that story, and I never speak for that because it was never given to me. And it's not my heritage. I have connection there, but heritage and native title are put together sometimes, and they're coupled together. They're like hitched together like a truck and a trailer. And what happens sometimes is we put people at the table and we presume that they know those stories of country, and sometimes they don't. And so I want to understand in Mac's framework how you ensure that this is not happening for your corporation, because wrong people speaking for country is causing the most distraction in the whole country.
I've seen evidence in our organisation, for instance, Vince Adams, the Deputy Chair, Injibani man, there are some things he will speak to and others he needs to seek permission to speak to or not speak at all. And that's pretty much the way things happen within MAC. Directors are very clear as to who speaks and who doesn't speak. I'm getting back to the earlier part of your question. We go through the same process I assume the PBCs go through. We seek genealogy. We look for birth certificates. We look for a continuous link back as a direct descendant to one of the 3 original claimant groups. We are specifically that particular language group, whether somebody that puts the membership application in is deemed appropriate. If we don't know, we then go back to the PBCs and seek further information.
Right, okay.
It's
and are
rigorous.
there people that are, and I'm going to say this with complete love, but are there people that are not allowed to be members of your corporation because they have a dissenting voice?
No. We are probably relatively unusual in that we don't go to court to defend the battlements.
Okay.
We don't. That's not our way. Whereas some of the PBCs in the Pilbara perhaps, do occasionally go to court. Somebody is either admitted as a member and validated by the 2 directors or 4 directors in the case of the Wangatu of their language group. They're either put on hold while further information is sought, or they're rejected. So I've not, in my 11 or so months here, I've seen nothing that causes me any concern as to the process being implemented. I have no voice in that
Is there
process.
an annual review of that? Like, is there a process which provides a bit of I want to say a trigger in the process to make sure, one, that the correct groups are represented from a language point of view, but also families and clans? Like, are there checkpoints in your governance that allow you to do that in a way that is consistent with MAC saying and walking the talk about representing all groups? Do you have an independent process that allows that to happen?
We've used Jackson McDonald and taken senior counsel advice over a number of years. And in fact, at our last board meeting, we had Jackson McDonald talk to us again, one of the leading law firms here in Western Australia, as to what constitutes being a member of MAC. So it's an ongoing question. You're probably aware this question of membership is a difficult one. And you can really only rely on the appropriate language group forming a view based on genealogy, birth certificates and a direct link back to one of the original 3 claimant groups. So I've seen nothing but rigour in our process. And certainly there are some applicants at the moment, they're on hold while further information is being sought. But MAC's not controlled by or not dominated by family groups, as perhaps some other organisations may be, I don't know. But there is a very strict and rigorous process outlined in the BIMIA. You've got to be a direct descendant of one of the original claimants. It's indisputable. If you can prove that, you're a member.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
We'll go to Senator Thorpe for the last quick questions.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, can I just want to confirm, just following up from Senator Cox's question, can you just confirm that Matt have not rejected anybody's membership?
No, I can't confirm that, Senator Cox. I'm pretty confident that. Oh,
Senator
sorry,
Thorpe.
Senator Thorpe. Apologies. I'm sure we could find examples of membership being rejected. I don't remember any or many, and I'm sure there aren't that many. But if under the BIMIA, the need to prove a direct lineage to one of the three original claimant groups is required. And not every membership application can demonstrate that, I expect. So I'm sure we can find examples of membership applications that have been rejected because they fail specifically that criteria.
So I have evidence that an application came in that have connection, have the evidence, but was rejected. So on what grounds, other than not being connected, would someone be rejected?
I'm not aware of any other reasons, Senator Thorpe, and there is an appeal process available to a potential member that's had their claim rejected. So it's available. If there is somebody out there, one, I think our board would be very keen to see that information. Two, I hope the applicant is aware of the appeal process and has availed themselves of that.
Can I ask you to take that on notice as well, to provide to the committee anybody who's been rejected for not, other than not being from country? And my second question is, why didn't Matt support the Section 10 to protect country?
I can't comment on that, Senator. It's before my time. I don't know the answer to that question, but again, I can take that on notice and provide some information back to the group.
That would be great. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. If on that issue of rejected membership, I wonder if the Secretariat would facilitate an exchange of information to assist in getting the answers to the questions, as well as the broader question of other rejections, just so that we can be clear and assist Senator Thorpe in that concern. Thank you for your time. There will be further questions on notice. I haven't asked any, and Senator Darman hasn't either, just because of the time constraints, but we do have questions. We will provide them to you on notice.
I'm happy to participate further. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. We will now suspend for lunch and we will return at 1:30. We will start sharp at 1:30. I wish to give the people who are appearing this afternoon sufficient time. We'd have one dropout. We've had one organisation, which is the Wilderness Society, that we have asked to appear at another time to allow us more time to listen to people from WA at this particular hearing. We will be allocating 45 minutes to each of those because we do indeed need to wind up at 3 p.m. So if we can all be back sharp at 1:30, that would be delightful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll now resume. We have the indispensable Senator Sharma back with us in the room. Mr. Guilfoyle, I believe you are on the line.
Yes, I am. Hello.
Excellent. Would you like to introduce yourself and let us know the capacity in which you appear? And can you also just confirm that you have received information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses as well?
Yes, I have. So I'm Dave Guilfoyle. I'm a landscape and community archaeologist by trade, but I'm currently working as a healthy land and sea planning coordinator with Esperance Dayuark, a ranger group down the southeast coast of WA, and have been working under cultural leadership models along the south coast, southwest of WA for a few decades now. And the capacity I'm here is sort of as a proxy for the Dayuark Sea Country Ranger program, but also Uncle Dot is not about he's in a conference, and then Uncle Wayne also asked me to give some input based on our experience working under his leadership.
Great. Thank you very much. Do you have an opening statement that you would like to share?
Well, just to know that, that from what we've been taught from our elders and working under sort of like projects to protect and manage cultural values and seascapes is based on the fundamental notion that there's no separation between land and sea, and that there's an ongoing spiritual connection to sea country, including submerged cultural features, places and landscapes. And the management authority over that is the main protection of the cultural value, is having that custodial cultural connection as the prime sort of authority for decisions on sea country and how they should be managed. And that includes research and also, development interests that can quite easily, and I think there's some models now that are existing under a cultural model of management.
Great, thank you. We'll go to questions and we'll start with Senator Cox.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Guilfoyle, for joining us on this hearing today. Can I just start with, Wurundjeri have a very rich landscape and the wonderful marine park that you have down there. Talk about some of the tangible and intangible underwater cultural heritage considerations that could be affected given the contents of this bill around making sure that relevant people are advised around development in sea country, making sure that free, prior and informed consent is obtained, but also what are the protection and the rights of recognising underwater tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Are there any particular aspects of that are really, really important to your corporation?
Definitely, yeah. Just I think that the concept of free, prior and informed consent is central, and I think there's a lot of movement towards that across the board at all levels of initiatives and processes, but there's still a long way to go. And so having a political government support to sort of embed that protocol with engagement and consultation for development projects or research or whatnot is well supported. And to know also that sort of cultural leaders have been doing just that, leading the way in terms of advocating for that, right? So I think it's timely to get that happening. And yeah, now that more and more there's regional corporations becoming official, joint managers of their sea country, then that is a nice sort of link in between how consultation engagement can go through and even the issuing of permits and things. But in terms of what we understand in terms of a management framework in sea country for Wurundjeri at least is, they're basically songlines. So the songlines continue from the coastline out to the submerged river systems and things like that, connects the islands that were once headlands, and then also exists out into the continental shelf. So a management platform or legal rights to how traditional owners should be engaged on the land should be replicated for sea country. And it's kind of a falsehood to think that it's a submerged landscape, that it doesn't have that level of diligence or value or import for elders and traditional owners, so that it's sort of, this recognises that. It recognises that that's a continuation of connection and to past landscapes. So we're actively mapping the submerged cultural corridors of Wurundjeri now through some research project with funding support from Parks Australia and others. But there are also discrete places that are submerged, landforms and cultural features that are being exposed and more and need some level of protection similar to a terrestrial cultural site. So I think, it's a supported framework that's been put forward by this corporation, but also the elders, because it's kind of what they've been advocating for a long time, is that, the sea country values continue to exist, and despite pressure and change and climate change, even more so, they would like some oversight and some ability to be at the table for getting the earliest possible recommendations and strategies for management and protecting their values.
Yeah. What, given all of that, what's been the response from, I know you said that Parks Australia are partly funding this piece of work, the mapping, is that right?
Yeah, so we sort of co-designed our own research project to map Wurundjeri ancient coastlines, which is basically doing seafloor mapping, but also, geoarchaeological, geophysical work to map old river systems and landscapes that we sort of understand as a spiritual thing, but they're just sort of being submerged through climate change, and how the islands and the archipelago of Esperance represent parts of those ancient coastlines at different periods of time. And so in designing that program, it has sort of been a long-held aspiration for elders, going back decades, but probably not ever been understood in terms of why that's important and what that means, and why it is actually a form of effective management, including marine biodiversity today. So in that process, we sat down with Parks and said, I don't think we need to competitively apply for funding in this region so much anymore. It's like, you need these outcomes to develop their federal government Commonwealth Marine Park Management Plan. It needs an update in 2028, but we need to get the baseline data to be able to inform that management plan. So that was the design of it. Like, let's do some really impactful research under our senior cultural advisors leading it, our rangers doing the operational work, and subcontracting researchers. So that's what we've had to set up too, is a pathway to set up. So the PBC is subcontracting the universities to deliver research for them, and that allows then the control of cultural intellectual property and sensitive information through a legal subcontracting agreement. So all that is the reasons why. It's not just setting up a good project of kind of discovery and new science and adventure, but also ranger empowerment, which is a value for managing sea country, but also setting the structure and platform where it can be undertaken under a cultural model that also embeds engagement and embeds protection of IP. But that was a journey, right? That took a couple of years with Parks to sort of work all that out and then secure the funding and then start.
Yeah. And so what could bring that all at risk, Mr. Guilfoyle, is if there's somebody who decides that they want to do development through an offshore acreage title in your marine park and in your area, and that's in Commonwealth waters, that would have a significant impact and very negatively impact, because there's no legal protections, and in fact NOPSEMA and NOPTA and DICU and DISA, the federal government departments for climate change and energy and water and industry and science and research, have been in here this morning telling us about how this needs to be fixed. And that there are no legal assurances, because right now the regulations are so weak. We're not relevant people under the legislation and under the regulation. So when someone goes out to consult, they just have to find somebody to go, yeah, this is a great idea. No worries, go ahead with it in an environment plan. How do you feel about that could all be at risk if we don't get some legal protection through this bill, essentially, or something else that you may have been talking to Parks Australia about? That's essentially 6 years of work that you've done to get it to this place. What does that mean? What do you think that would mean for your corporation and for the Wurundjeri people to actually have to now go, all right, that could all literally disappear tomorrow?
Well, yeah, and it's a challenge and it's an ongoing, threat, I guess, and a battle for legal protection of cultural values and heritage places and landscapes. So that's the movement. So yeah, I think without formalising, legal protection and processes under heritage sort of frameworks, that impactful program, the research that comes out of it and the outcomes can be undermined and at the lowest level and sort of at risk at direct impact. And where we're coming from and what I've heard and learned from our elders is it's about connecting cultural corridors and essentially their songlines. So impacting across those areas at whatever level then is fragmenting that, and it's a direct impact at that level. But like you said, it's also beyond the direct impact to the cultural value or the story or the songline. It's the impact to the process and the community empowered research and effort, that's going into getting this data. So I think that would be an element that's endorsed in terms of what we're doing is great, but without the legal backing and the protection, it is at risk and it can be undermined. So bridging those two together is quite powerful, and probably I think what a lot of us, including communities, but researchers and organisations and government would support, just to make it less grey area, because it is a little bit right now. No one really knows the parameters, and so maybe even for those that have an interest in sea country for commercial value or economic value would probably prefer a legal framework for how to engage properly and see how that can work in and around and minimise impact, but also benefit.
Yeah. So, one of the things, and just noting, I have the privilege of knowing the songline that you refer to, but maybe for the rest of the committee members who don't, I'm among songline for humpback whale. Is that the one you're referring to, of one of them?
Yeah, so there is, and I'm probably not, I'm not a cultural authority to talk to this, but yeah, there are the movement patterns of certain marine mammals, that species that cross-cut saltwater people and connect cultural neighbours, and their journey is through story, and there's people that still sing that story, and it's quite amazing, but it's also the lesson, from what I understand, in the law of how to manage species, but also their habitat, and that's the sort of analysis. That's the sort of the baseline of how we try to implement effective management is through those cultural stories, which pre-exist European management structures, and they also highly effective, and more Western research is starting to catch up to that as a management framework in terms of how connected habitats and species movement and genetic flow and everything is how we should be framing management, but also protection. We need areas that need to be protected from impact and to allow that to continue. But there's also other songlines that go north-south in at least in Western Australia, the South Coast, where they're the river systems that keep going. And, they've been cut off by rising seas from the end of the last ice age. But the old people still moved and worked in those pathways. And those systems, those cultural corridors that are now submerged, are also strongly associated with biodiversity hotspots. So, and that's the genius of the old people of this continent, actually, is that they've culturally zoned and mapped land through its deep understanding of ecological connectivity. And so that's what we're mapping, but in default, we're mapping ancient coastlines and corridors, but we're actually mapping biodiversity zones and areas that need to be differently managed. And the principles of, even a marine park, and environmental networking is connectivity. So you need that habitat connectivity at some level to ensure that it's healthy and it remains that way, but it's also sort of like an insurance policy against pressures that we can't manage, like climate change and sea temperatures rising and things like that. We need to start embedding and legally protecting those zones, and the best way to do it is through understanding without disclosing the sensitive part of the songline into a management framework.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Mr. Guilfoyle. I'll hand the call back to the Chair.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe.
Oh, lost.
Senator Thorpe, do we have you online? We might go to Senator Sharma.
Hello?
No, she's not online? No, okay. Senator Sharma, please.
Thank you. It's Senator Dave Sharma here from New South Wales. You might be, obviously we're covering a lot of different topics in this inquiry and hearing today, but the specific piece of legislation we're looking into, or draft legislation, is the Spirit of Sea Country Bill. I was just wondering, have you got any views on that legislation, whether it would make us, what are its positives, what elements of it might you be concerned about? How do you think it might change the way that these sorts of approvals happen? I'd just be keen for any thoughts you might have on the particular piece of legislation.
Well, it's difficult for me because I'm not a cultural person or authority. So I've sort of been a proxy here for Uncle Dot, who's on a conference, and Uncle Wayne, who's not available right at this time.
Right.
But from their indications, they were supportive of it in terms of the notion of it, like the spirit of the sea is that. And there's been a oversight, I guess, or a lack of work and effort at probably government level to acknowledge cultural connections to sea country Australia-wide.
Yep.
And so at the very fundamental level, the concept is welcomed and endorsed, is what I've been communicated to.
Okay.
But also probably a little bit more input into the mechanics and operations of it that can align perhaps more to, the practice of if something like this came into law, how it's operationalized, and it doesn't become sort of like an approvals process, which is what some criticism is in place for other similar acts that have an intent to protect cultural heritage and cultural values, but they actually can actually be a process or a pathway to facilitate an external threat or a development. So it's there's some nervousness about, it's good as a principle for sure, but with more time and input, I guess, if they have that time to look at how it might improve existing heritage management processes, especially in WA.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Senator Dunman.
Thank you. Thanks for your time today. I think just then you spoke about operationalise the framework. What do you think that looks like in practice to be a workable framework so that it adequately accounts for intangible cultural heritage in sea country? So what does it look like to operationalise it in your mind?
Well, I think that first understanding that there needs to be some level of cultural authority about who speaks for country and has that knowledge, because that's always primary, right? In some areas it's passed down, and there's a dedicated law person to be able to hold that story or that knowledge, and they need to have that ability to assess, an undertaking without having to then be forced through an anthropological process or something, disclose what that significance of that area is, because that sort of is it needs to be passed down in a culturally appropriate way, which isn't in a way recording it, because it's got to be done through custom and protocol and generational. So but you have to declare the significance of an area if you want that protected in current heritage laws. So for us, the operations of a new bill like this needs to have that protocol of the appropriate knowledge holders, and it might be a circle of elders, like that's how Wajari operates, for instance. It's not one person; it's a circle of elders, to be able to assess an application and exercise their rights under a legal process to demarcate those values, and including the intangible values and stories, and provide the recommendations back to the level they're comfortable with, without sort of having to be forced into disclosing story and sensitive information to develop a significant statement. So this is the challenge for Australia, I think. It's coming to terms with the different worldviews of knowledge and significance, and how we then operationalise new laws that aren't just a fully Western approach to that is hard and challenging. So I'm not sure, but I think the flexibility in processes to allow time for elders and knowledge holders to be able to assess and provide comment through their facilitators or coordinators back to a proponent. And you know, I think it's at its broadest level, it is that time, right? It's just time, and free, prior, informed consent embeds that notion. So if there's ways to use that sort of United Nations language into an Australian-wide piece of legislation that, you know, as much as there's like 3 months for a review of a management plan or an EPA assessment, have that upfront for knowledge holders to be able to have the time to assess an undertaking legally, you know, so that's like, and because what happens a lot with the communities we're working with, they're inundated with development proposals, and it's overwhelming and confusing and stressful. And there's no real fixed parameters for what that process looks like in terms of, okay, here it is, here's the proponent telling you what they're undertaking, and here's, you need a response by this. It's so varied. So if there's an opportunity to sort of structure cultural time and engagement would be one aspect. I'm not sure if this is relevant to the question exactly, but I think it's just embedding that ability to be reflective and not be under pressure to respond, but also then we have examples where there are proponents coming to do kind of like applied research, including Australian Hydrographic Office, and we were able to negotiate that we have an input into the tender, you know, like who's going to do the work, so that we can add in what the cultural protocols are for that work. So cultural monitoring, avoid these really highly sensitive areas like straight up, and also have opportunities for rangers and things to get involved in the fieldwork to build their capacity, which is also a cultural value. So that sort of holistic model of co-design of an undertaking, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that is helpful. We've heard from, you know, a range of different people today, and I think considering who speaks the country and that intangible cultural heritage has been, you know, a question, and there's clearly nuance in how you approach that. So it sounds to me like a way to kind of capture that, what you've talked about is providing parameters, a clear sense of time frame, structure. Is that right?
Yeah, and that then embeds a level of flexibility, so that in one area you might just have, you know, a senior cultural knowledge holder that is well recognised as the person that can sort of represent the whole community's voice. But in other areas, it's group and collective, and in another area is a formal organisation that can represent the voice of the elders. So that, yeah, structured time and process then allows the flexibility of that, particularly in whatever cultural area the proponent is operating within, would be, yep.
And in terms of regulatory frameworks to capture that approach, what happens if you can't get to a consensus in terms of who are the knowledge holders? Or is what you're saying allowing flexibility to work through that enables you to get to a place where you are considering the appropriate knowledge holders?
Yeah, like that's essentially what I'm saying, is that to get consensus is hard and sometimes an unfair request, because you know, people, a lot of traditional owner communities are always put on the spot to get consensus when there might be 600, 1,000 people in this community, and you're saying, well, we can't get consent for anything in a Western framework or like a marine park submission. Everyone's got a different view from the Esperance community. But when it comes to the Aboriginal community, there's a demand that it's consensus, and it's always a little bit unfair. But there is this term that I think the communities we work with that are very well experienced in development pressure and undertaking is negotiated outcomes. So where there's no consensus, there's still a negotiated outcome internally. Like the elders have to make big decisions, and that's been in my experience. Generally they'll have if they have the time, then a consensus view can be prepared. So that's one element, as you said before. But where there isn't, and it's very stressful, and there's different opposing views even within the cultural community, there is a forum that I've seen in practice where you can negotiate an outcome which sort of gets that balance, and it's about. But that's a process, and it's hard to define in terms of how that might roll out in any one area. But, ultimately from a operationalizing process, at least if that's embedded in allowing that degree of community engagement to happen. And, sometimes a proponent or a researcher wants the short outcome and might just go to a representative body, but that representative body doesn't have the representative cultural authorities, engaged. So it becomes very difficult, but everybody knows locally in that community who needs to give cultural authority to anything. And it can be formalised through a consultation process that's embedded in law, but that might not be sufficient at a local level when we know that some of the knowledge holders refuse to get engaged in that process because it's not aligned with their cultural understandings of how to engage. But if you allow coordinators and facilitators in that community to be able to operationalise the consultation and have that time and resourcing to do that, then when there isn't consensus, negotiated outcomes might be able to be. So, yeah, I don't know for sure, but I think it does come down to a little bit of flexibility in time and design, but that doesn't mean it's not a rigid process. You still have the demands on, we need a response by in these 3 months, but if there's an ability for the proponent to fund and resource that engagement, and when big decisions happen, and we've seen it down in Esperance, sometimes, the circle of elders can get together, they can talk about it for a couple of hours and give their recommendation. But sometimes they've said, we need to go bush. We need to think about this and take that week, So I'd like to see all that somehow recognised, but not sure.
I think that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Does anyone have any further questions? No. Mr. Guilfoyle, thank you so much for your appearance. If there are any further questions, they'll be provided to you on notice. And if you have any further material, or we do provide you with questions on notice, can you please provide the responses to the Secretariat by the close of business on Monday, the 23rd of September?
Yep, sure. And we've actually got a couple of publications, recent ones, but also in press that are relevant that we could probably put forward.
That would be great. Thank you very much. Do appreciate it. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to welcome Ms. Tootsie Daniel to come to the table. Great. Welcome, Ms. Daniel. We really appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you. Is that the case?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, fantastic. So for the Hansard record, can you just state your name and the capacity in which you're here today, so we can just have that on the record?
Yes, well, my name's Mrs. Tootsie Daniel. I am an Injimandi elder, and I'm a widow, but I have these hands have done a lot of work in the community, upbringing 6 grandchildren and one of my own girls. So, and I, that's how my life was since I lost my late husband, Mr. Daniel, and so he gave me time and space for me and taught me about country and how important it is, and how important we are to bring our children up in the Western society now, and in cultural, knowing our cultural protocols, and also in the Western world. And so I'm a very important person, and in my community, and people pay really nice respect for me.
Thank you. We'll go to questions now. So as I've got Senator Dorinda Cox and Senator Dave Sharma in the room with me, and online we have Senator Lisa Darmerman, who is in Victoria at this point in time. And I think Senator Thorpe has been called away, but she's hoping to return because she did have some questions for you. So we'll start with Senator Cox, but if you have any further comments that you want to make, just please go ahead. Senator Cox.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms Daniels, for appearing today, and thank you for all your work you do in and across the Pilbara, particularly in your own community in Yindjibarndi country, and you're a great matriarch and well respected, as you already said. This hearing today is about Sea Country and the bill that we are seeking to amend parts of the offshore petroleum greenhouse gas and carbon capture and storage around making sure that Aboriginal people are acknowledged as relevant people to be consulted about any work that gas companies in particular are doing, but it could be also offshore wind and others as it comes forward to renewable energy, but also making sure that there's free, prior and informed consent that's been obtained, and also making sure that we protect the underwater cultural heritage that exists in Sea Country. And I know you will have plenty of examples from your country around, and we've already had some evidence today from others who have talked about the importance of Murujuga and surrounding areas in the Pilbara. What do you think are the important cultural considerations that we need to make sure we capture in this bill?
I think, well, to my point of view is too long my people have been left out of the Western society, Western world. We can't make decisions. It's always either going to, like for instance, going to government. And so how can Aboriginal people, I mean, we struggle to get up there to talk to the government on our behalf, on my behalf of my people, about my country, and it's very hard, but this is something, and that's what it's like you have to get up in the rope. How are we going to make these people understand? By the time they let us take the rope too, and that's what we need. We need to have a say. We have every right because we know our country, we know our culture, we know what land who can go to and who cannot go to, and all this is our cultural protocols is important to the country, the land, and the sea. See, the sea is important too, and so I was really surprised when I had a phone call the other day and someone called me and said, "Auntie, I saw some whales on the ocean there." And that is a magnificent view. That is our history, that is our culture, that is our ngura. We'd rather have all those whaling sites and whatever for tourism. And we've been battling for tourism in Murujuga, land and sea country, and that is very important, unless they have to employ. See, Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation, I am a part of that too, and I sit on the Circle of Elders. So, but because I've been quite sick for some time, some months, so they've left me out, but they have to come back and bring me because I'm always, country is calling me, because when I go to Murujuga, I can see the country just rises up. That country knows me, knows my children, knows my late husband and all our children, because we've been connecting to that country ever since. And you can see the hills rising. It's just a wonderful time, to go down there, sit down, and just enjoy the country. And now with this, for this blasting, what Woodside see, I've also been sitting on the Woodside, Woodside Northwest Shelf. I've been sitting on that with my late husband. So we help them to working towards the community. So we were sitting on that, and so, but when we went, it was when we went to when I first saw Murujuga, all the elders, they were all clearing the country. See, they were all clearing this, and we were like anxious to go there. And we were saying, when are we going to go there? And the kids wanted to go. But when they said, yes, you can go now, they were clearing it. And when I went there, that place just blew me away. When I just saw it, it just, wow, I've never seen this. I've never seen this water like this in all my life. Not in my Injimari country, where I come from. Middle Three Marriages is different. The land and sea has to be protected. I don't care what Woodside says or mining companies say they want to blast it. No, it has to be protected because we have our whale side and everything, all the animals that are on the ocean, on the sea. Hope I'm answering your question, Ms. Cox. See, the animals, all the sea creatures, they all come with, we have sites, so whatever you see on the engravings, those animals, they all represent something in the ocean. And this is where, it's really I can write a book about this. Actually, I did write a book. But this is really, I cannot just, I can just come into my mind. It's like when you go in that country, you can just see that country like that, welcoming, and the sea breeze come, and the islands, they need to be protected because they are culturally have spiritual gifts there, and they were on the islands. They were baby birthing site was given to me and to my two daughters, because we went to this particular island. And see, all those, this whole cultural, and all those islands, they're going to be protected. Everything there, underwater, this underwater cultural things underneath, I know where it is. I'm not telling no one, but I know where it is. I keep it to myself. And that's very important. That has to be all not to be destroyed. I don't want to destroy it. You can't. That's what I said, Woodside or Northwest Shelf or whoever they are, if they want to blast underneath, they can't. Because the blasting, the core part of Australia, where we sit on now, on this country, on this water, that's the one that's protecting us. It's hard, you can't get, it's core, it's the core thing. That's what I learned in social studies when I was going to school in year 7, social studies. I did all that, I did all my research. That's why this country has been calling me. Now, I grew up in Onslow, But when I used to go every morning to the sand hills and look, and they would look this way, I can feel something is pulling me, drawing me. And it's funny, something so I believe that was Murujuga wanted me. And I came in and looked after Murujuga and helped work with my late husband and worked there, and he showed me everything there, the sites and all that. But some sites that I can't see because it's a cultural appropriate for me, you know, and so I can't go. So I have to get my other skin color sister to go there. So I just stay here. So these are the protocols that we have on country, on water. See, we still carry our law and culture. You can't, and I mean, sorry to say, but white fellas, they come there, come and tell us what do you guys mean about seasonal changes? I said, you talk about seasonal changes here in Murujuga. I'm not telling you nothing. I told him, I'm not telling you nothing. I'm not telling any white people. But this is important because seasonal changes, the sea is controlled by the moon and the star and all of that. It's all written in the rocks. It's all controlled. That's why you see when you go, when on Murujuga itself, we've come across some, what do you call this? We've been on country now. Standing stones. Now these standing stones, when I go on country, I always take notes. This standing stone is standing there, right? And when I look at it in the distance this way, it all reflected to the ocean, to the marsh, to the country marsh. So it's all related, you know. It's a very sacred cultural place there. And it's very frightening too. It's very frightening, and we have to be careful not to let the children go wander around at night. And because my late husband and one old fella and a couple old men, they went out to Enderby Island, and old man I think spirits took him away. He got mad, he got silly, and he come back with sad, you know. That's why it's very careful. We don't let our kids to go on Enderby. I say, no, don't. But all my children, they all know not to go on Enderby. But if you go on Rosemary, all these things, you got to be careful. Now, there's some anthropologists I know that I worked with. They all went on Rosemary, and they fell pregnant too. I said, see, you same as me. You got a baby, and then it's a gift. That's what it is. It's a gift. When you go on country, you're standing there. These things, they are gifts for us. And we have to continue on with the gift and with the thorough side. And we're Perdaman, I believe, want to put their side. Right in the middle there is a fish side. And I told my late husband, we went to that fish side and had a look. That fish side is for salmon side. So, you know, and when I look at that country now, it all brings back a lot of visions of me and memories of later days, back in them days. So I'm sort of like I'm a spiritual person, and I can sense something not wrong or something is right or something should be here. So because before they put the bridge there, the water used to flow right to the site, to the fish side. And people used to go there and do their ceremony. And so they had a custom to do the ceremony. And but you can't, the water doesn't come in that far now because they have the bridge here to block it. So before without the bridge, before the white man put that bridge, the water just flowed like that. And that is knowledgeable for me because I understand, I know what country, I see country, I can read country. And the same as going out to collect wild onions too. And then there's wild onions. And I was really sad because, you know, Perdaman, or whoever, whatever they are, they want to put their plant there, but, you know, I said, well, I didn't want to get involved. I was involved, I just said, because I'm a committed person, I just didn't want to raise my voice a bit higher. But I said, no, I said when I was in the circle of elders, you can't go there. It's got this, where our people, we used to go there and collect onions. My late husband used to have tourism there, to show some people about country and rock cards, and then we come back to have a cup of tea and cook the wild onions. But you can't do it now, and it's very sad now. It's
What rules do you think, Ms. Daniels, that we should be looking to put in place for people that go to, places that are connected to sea country? Do you think that there are any rules that we should put in place that really restrict them from, destroying sacred places like what you're describing about that fishing area there at Murujuga, and how important that is for people like you and others that we've heard today? Like, what rules do you think we should be thinking about?
It's got to be set up. You've got to have a committee with people involved that knows the country, the Mura, because we are the people that knows the country and we have the knowledge. And for me, I thank God I'm here. I'm still alive, but not worry about that. But country is very important, because when I look at Murujuga, now someone told me, or we had a lady, let's have a glass of water. Sorry about that. The lady came, we had some team come and tell us, lady. Joe McDonald came and told us, sat there and told us about, I'll come back to your question, Ms. Cox. Joe McDonald came and spoke to us about how would you like to have Murujuga on World Heritage listing?
Just to clarify, Ms. Daniels, is Joe McDonald from Murujuga Aboriginal Corporation?
No, Joe was working with, she was a student from uni.
Right. Okay.
She was an anthropologist.
Right, okay.
And she came because she done a lot of work with us, with me and with everybody else. And she knows the Burrup area, Murujuga. And she said, how about World Heritage? I said, no way. We won't have World Heritage listing. But we're going to give our knowledge to the white brothers, to the white people, and what are they going to do with it? But then someone told me, in that same meeting, someone said, one of the rangers said, Nana, there's a Aboriginal rock engravings there from Indripi country. And I said, what, from my country? Yeah, Indripi, you sure? Yeah, he's from Indripi country. And I said, yes, well, there you go. We're going to put in this World Heritage thing for the Burrup, because now, and see, I'm a person that I'm not a dreamer. I have visions. Country shows me. And then I went back home and I sit down and look, after I had that meeting, I sit down and talk, and not talk, just sit down. I talk to my children. But then I said, you know what, that Murujuga, I said to the committee too, the Murujuga, that place was a cultural place. That place was the first parliament where everybody from all different nationalities, blackfellas all came and gathered their seasonal changes. They came and got their, they sold all their artifacts and came for fishing season when the moon came up. It's the first place of parliament. And I don't want to see that place get destroyed because, it's wrong. It shouldn't get destroyed. We need to save that country. And all the beautiful little sea creatures in the ocean there, we have to save them. They got dollar sides there, baby sides. It's very important that it's a place, a cultural place that has to be told. It has to be a story. I've written some of that story down. but it has to be told. You know, because
Can I ask one question, Ms. Daniels? Today we heard that that MAC doesn't have native title, so there's no native title over the area of the Burrup, and that makes it difficult for heritage to be kept in one place. So wonderful people like yourself have lots of knowledge, Miss Cooper, Miss Alec, other people that have come and given evidence to us as a committee. How do we improve this so that governments just can't come to one group of people and say they sign off on projects? That we have in one place all the authority that is recognised and is democratic. You use the parliament analogy, that this is the parliament. How do we make sure that works for everyone? Because some people say MAC's exclusive, some people say MAC doesn't have cultural authority. There are people who do, that speak for country. But how do we as a committee and members of the parliament, how do we ensure that that's the right fit for Murujuga, for Larrakia, for Gwandamooka, for Gunditjmara? Like, we've got to go around the country now and listen to all of those people. But how do we fit in our minds the frame that's really important to make sure we get the rules right?
Well, government is really hard sometimes. They have to be. You can knock on the door. If we want changes, I can't just go one person or elder, go and see a government person there in office and we want changes. No, we have to come together. And I see what you're saying, Ms. Scott, but we have to come together because one thing you must know is that the mining companies, they're the one tearing up our country, tearing up our sites, and not only mining companies, but Northwest Shelf too. Northwest Shelf want gas. They want more gas. I went to a meeting last time. They want more gas. In the middle of the ocean. What's that place called?
Brass. Scott Reef.
The gas. They want more gas. Yeah. The Northwest Shelf. They want more gas from the. Oh, what's this place? Anyway, from that area. I know that place. It's. They reckon there's more gas there. Now, how are we as Aboriginal persons or corporations or organisations, as traditional owners, unless there's going to be change of policies with the government department, or with Aboriginal Affairs, and they need to put someone to talk on, you guys need to put someone that talk on country, that knows about the country, and that's because look at Northwest Shelf, Woodside, they're getting a lot of money. What do they give us in the community? They only give us peanuts. They give us work for employment for young people, but because on the Nungamugari Road, that is a work employment program, but that's still going, but that's just peanuts. But they earn, Woodside earns lots of money, Northwest Shelf, so I know.
For example, Yindjibarndi country is, and Roban is one of the on the OECD, one of the lowest rated around poverty. Is that right? For the 10 million a day that goes out of the gas port there, there's a lot of money that doesn't get to your community.
Well, that's it. It doesn't even reach our community. What about I can sit down in a meeting like this and say, oh, I want to go back to doing studying. What about, support? We don't get those supports. Yeah. I reckon if people, we got a lot of clever people there, people like me, well, we can come back to do studying, become a doctor or health worker or whatever, anthropologist. We got skills, but it's never been practiced, never been used, and people don't even think about it. I mean, I can talk about it because That's going in my head every day. My community going in my head every day. What's my community doing? You know, that's me. So, but we have to somehow try and fight this millionaire product or whatever it is, what you call the Woodside. They keep putting plants. They use their old people for putting up their plants on the plant 1 and plant 2, and they use their old people for that. But what did we get in return? Nothing. We didn't get anything. And then
The committee's looked at the BIMIA agreement today, yeah, so you know about the BIMIA, and so we've tabled that earlier today and looked at some of the clauses in that and how it's gagged the community and MAC and others to not speak up about development and not allow you to have voice, and that's really important that the committee heard that today. I'm going to have to share the call because I think some other senators might have questions, and thank you, Ms Daniels.
We'll go to Senator Sharma. You're okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Senator Dunman, do you have any questions?
Maybe just one, if I can. Thank you very much for coming today. In an ideal world, how would a framework look like for you and your community to enable, enable the heritage that you speak of to be included as part of the discussion?
There's a question for me.
Yes.
Who am I speaking to?
How would you like? How would you like?
Hang on a second, Lisa. That's Senator Lisa Darwin, who is calling in from Victoria. So she's calling in from Victoria today.
Okay, all right. It is. See the what I see. We have a lot of people that been a lot of my families from we'll put Murujuga, right? We'll put the Murujuga organization. You know, they got all the five language groups. Now some of those people that sit on that board, they hardly don't know anything about country. Maybe some of them, and then even for the ones, but that's where I've been showing them, learning them, correcting them, you know. So they should be thankful for that. But it's I think we should not the BIMI agreement, but Murujuga Corporation should get elders, circle of elders, and the people that knows about, got the knowledge of land and sea country on the Barab, on the Ngora, to not navigate it, but to sit down and talk for its venue. That's right. That's a good question.
So maybe I could take you. You talked about a little bit earlier this whole idea, like we're trying to work out how do we do things better so that the local traditional owners and local people from the country have a say. And we've heard from some people that the structures aren't recognising everybody who should have a say in the community. And this is, you know, it's very complicated and we're trying to work out how. So do you have any suggestions or any what your view is on how we make sure we get all the right people having their say on these issues that are so important to country and to people who connect to that country?
Well, my people, Aboriginal people, no matter what skin color or what language group we are all connected as one. We are all one people, because we have our Panaga Burungo all that skin colors section, you know, Paljari and Karimara. So we relate to that, and so that's where we get the elders. So I can't. But we have our respect too. So I can't get someone that's older than me to talk. So I might be my dad, you know, my uncle dad. Well, I got to let him have his talk too, you know. So that's how we have that respect. So, and who I am related to, it's important in our cultural system, because if we're not, we just going anywhere, you know. But that's where the kinship come in. That's where our kinship relationship, and that is linked to the sea, to everything in the ocean, So they see this baby site, and then always with a Burung woman being there or Banaga woman being there, so it doesn't matter. So it's still related to them. You know, they feel that awesome power. You know, it's just in the country. You feel something different. You feel the eyes are watching you. That's what you feel. You feel frightened.
Can I just ask on that note? Like a lot of our corporations is set up under corporate governance, which doesn't allow for white-collar governance, doesn't allow for cultural governance. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't go by into Muruyuga meeting, you know, and trying to make changes and all that, you know, because I'm an elder. I gotta stick to their protocols, you know. I can't say no. I better not say that. Like if some,
But all your, you know, the skin groups, language groups are really important and sometimes not captured, I think, is what Karen, the chair, is trying to ask, is how do we as a committee then, when we refer to cultural governance in the way you're explaining it to us, is sometimes white-collar governance up here and everyone's operating at a corporation level around directorship, and you know that take precedence sometimes, and we get imbalanced with young people speaking and not respect for elders and things like that. So how do we get that balance back so that we're still doing business, but we actually we tip that in the way of cultural governance and making sure that our kinship relationships and our language and our protocols is the most important thing that we embed in the way we operate. Is that a right interpretation?
Yeah, sort of right, but government, I don't know who your government is, but they need to come understand our cultural protocols. If they don't understand, they don't know nothing, you know. Otherwise, they're going to run rings around us, you know, and someone will tell me, I'm not going to tell him. I said, I can't tell him, I don't have that authority. We need to have the authority so that we can actually go and talk to them. And if someone want to come there and welcome the didgeridoo, put a flag up, that is our leadership, that is our kinship, you know, that is our story, our songline. You know, it's but I'm giving you the right answer. But see
the title I have in front of my name means nothing. Senator, minister should mean nothing when we talk about cultural governance and the importance of. I don't override you. You're an elder. You're a respected woman. You're matriarch in your country, and you have kinship relationships that override my authority. Even though I'm an elected person by the whole of Western Australia, I have no authority to come to your country and tell you what to do, and that I shouldn't if we were doing things cultural way. And that's the most important thing for us to capture, is that we shouldn't have any authority that overrides the authority on the ground and the way that that's operated for many, many, many generations, thousands of generations.
I remember because I'll just go back a little story for myself. I was raised on the Onslow Reserve, and I was quite young, but I learned from my grandfather. My grandfather he was like the reserve boss. He used to make sure the native reserve was, the tents and humpies was all clean in back them days, in the colonization days. Make sure everything was all clean and tidy for the inspector to come and check through, and if there was any half-caste kids, you know, you got to be careful, you know. But the kids, they were young people, old people were really knowledgeable, and all those things. You know, you got to make sure the thing was tidy and, you know, all that. I was lucky. I raised with my grandfather. He taught me. I used to watch him, but it goes back to what my grandfather was a leader for me, so I sort of like got him in my mind every time, think about him, and he's showing me, and see, with you, Dorinda, you're a senator. You must Aboriginal people. We don't go in positions just like that, you know. Someone might say, "Oh, you can be the." For me, you can be the Minister of Indigenous Affairs. For me, I said, you have to humble yourself, and that's why, in our culture, in our cultural protocols, we ask Babu Mingala, we pray and ask God for our leadership, that He will lead us in the right way, in the right direction, and that's what we pray for every time, and you'll hear that. One guy in the community, that word, you should thank the Lord where you are now. I said, yeah, thank the Lord, for putting you in that position. I'm not here because I'm myself. No, I've been placed here by someone special, You see what I'm trying to say? So leadership, it doesn't come with the majority of pride, humbleness. You have to humble yourself to the people, to your government. That's the way it is, I guess. You can't just, that's what it is. It brings that special personality in you, and you'll think, hey, I didn't know I said that. Did I say that? See what I'm trying to say? Or did I actually say that? But you didn't, you said something. Your wanga, your words, touch somebody else and really bless them. That's what it is. Yep. You see what I'm trying to say? Yeah. You're a senator. You know, people will have eyes on you, but yes. But I think that's the right answer. But what I was trying to say. But anyway, yes. You right?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
You see what I'm trying to say? And with your cultural protocols, your kinship, skin color, you might be linked to me, see? It doesn't make it, but no matter if you're from somewhere else, you still link. Because somewhere I've been doing a reading about Australia. That was before Murujuga. Murujuga was before the tidal waves came in, sea levels. When I looked at that, and I looked at how Murujuga was just on land, they walked from that land, from Murujuga itself, to another island, to another place, that's where you see rock even graves on that island, on Dolphin Island and everywhere else, Interview Island. And I read there when in history, Australian Aborigines are linked to Africans and went to Africa too, and so they're part of us. They're part of us. So what is this world is coming to now? I like to see changes. That's what I want to see for my people, for my community. We have a lot to do yet, not finished yet. My job not finished yet, And when we have a lot of people particularly young ones, going wild and crazy, it's elders like me have to sit down and think, where is the drug and alcohol counselings? Where's all that money going to? There's nothing in my community.
Thank you so much. Anybody got any further questions?
Not for me, thank you.
No. Thank you, Ms Daniel, for coming along and sharing your views with us. We really, really appreciate the time.
Sorry.
Sure, yeah, please go ahead.
Karen.
Yeah.
Before the sea levels came, I noticed when Joe, the anthropologist, showed us how the sea levels came in. The sea levels came, but there was a valley. Valley we always like that, you know. There's a creek. Now that creek was important. So we don't know where those people got to. They probably went underwater or they got drowned by a water snake. I don't know. We don't know. These are the things that I picture in my mind, in my heart, you know. The sea levels came and drowned them. And under the sea levels, there's a lot of rock hearts there. I know where it is, but I'm not telling no one. I'll tell someone when we all work together. We need to come in agreement with this and work together.
That's the framework.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You've given us a lot to think about. That is the conclusion of our hearing today into our inquiry into the Protecting Spirit of Sea Country Bill. And I just want to thank everyone for coming. It's been a really fascinating day. Had a lot of really good evidence and a lot of things that require a lot more work to unpack. So thank you so much. And with that, we will conclude.
Thank you, Chair.